Right, hello everyone, my name's Terry O'Reilly, and tonight, I'm going to be doing a build with this Corsair 760T case and a load of parts you can see over here on the table. All them parts were in this case, but I was getting a lot of comments when I did do this build about 6 months ago for people to ask me to make a video of what happened after the build as regards to putting all the drivers in and putting the OS in and giving them some numbers and stuff, which I never did. Plus also after the build I decided to upgrade on some of the parts. For that build, the first one, I only used one Western Digital Black series and a Western Digital Blue series. The Western Digital Black was a 2TB and the Western Digital Blue was a 1TB. I decided to get rid of the blue and put it in my other desktop PC and put in two Western Digital 2TB Black series. So there's now going to be 4TB going in this build. Two Western Digital Black series, 2TB each. Also, I only had two Samsung 120GB SSDs in the last build. I've decided to upgrade to another one. So there's going to be three 120GB Samsung 840 Evo SSDs going in this build, and I'm going to be setting them up as a RAID 0 to put my OS on and my software. Now just with the two SSDs that I had in it set up as a RAID, it was rapid then. So now with three going in it, set up as a RAID, it's going to be even rapider. It's probably going to be like something, say like, the only way I could describe it is probably like a Subaru Impreza leaving the scene of an armed robbery. That's how quick it's probably going to be. Also, in the front of the case on the first build, I had a LG Blu-ray, an LG CD and DVD reader and writer. And the reason for me putting two LGs in is because I didn't want to hammer the Blu-ray basically. So I thought I'll just put a cheap LG CD and DVD reader and writer in, and I can use that to burn my CDs off and DVDs instead of using the Blu-ray all the time. And I had a multi-cards reader as well in it, but I didn't like the look of it. The case is a stunning case and it just didn't do it any justice at all, the way the front of it looked. So I decided to get rid of the CD and DVD reader and writer and the multi-card reader. I kept the LG Blu-ray and I went with the NZXT multi-fan controller, which has got a nice colourful digital display on it, and that takes up two of the drive bays. And when it's all on, it does look pretty nice with the case all lit up as well. That's why I decided to build my PC last night and do the build again, because the parts I added to it on the upgrade, I did try and video it, but I had a few problems encoding it at the end. I tried so many times and in the end I just decided to jib it. But this time a lot of people have been asking me of what happened after the build, asking for numbers and such, how it's running, how quick is it. So I decided to just bone the PC and build it again, showing all the parts that I'm now going to be putting in it, what are going to be staying in it. I'm also going to be videoing me setting up the RAID 0 array, putting in all the drivers, putting in the OS, running it and showing you some numbers, how it performs, see how quick it is booting up, closing down, and how quick it is running. So that's where I'm at now. So this is mainly for people who've never seen my last video. The last video I done on this build went on for just on 6.5 hours. I don't know whether people who are watching this video now I've seen that last build. This is the case that I used, and they're most of the parts that I used. So, but for people who didn't see my first build, I'll just go through the parts that I am going to be using. We'll start off with the case. The case I'm going to be using is the Corsair Graphite series in white. It's the 760T. It's a stunning case. The case is just a sick case. It's massive inside, you can fit anything in it. It'll take any build whatsoever, and it'll take any number of parts whatsoever. With this case, you'll put anything in it. It has two big side open doors on it. So I'll just show you this one. These doors open right up, as you can see, and they just lift off. If you open it right out, it'll just lift off on the hinge at the top and the bottom, and you can take that door right off, so you can work on the case. And it's also got the same one around this side. That one hasn't got a see-through glass panel on it though, it's just like a black glass panel. It's got two USB 3s on the front, two USB 2s, it's got the fan controller, microphone, and it's got your headphone jack as well, all on the top. You've got room for three bays on the front. The main reason why I wanted to go for the fan controller is because I didn't really want a space left on the front with the Blu-ray and something else. It's just one of them things where I'm like, I wanted something to fill all three bays. So I'm glad I went for the fan controller. Around the back of the case, the board I'm putting in is the Asus M5 A97 R2O board. It's got USB 3 on it. There's two USB 3s on it, and it's also got so many USB 2s on it. It's got, I think it's 4 or 5 fan controllers on the board. It can hold up to 32 gig of RAM. Yeah, it's a decent board. It's got 6 SATA ports on it, which are all 6 gigabyte a second ports. So that's the board I'm going to be using, the Asus M5 A97 R2O. For the graphics card, I'm going to be using the AMD Sapphire VaporX R9 280X graphics card. This lights up in blue on the front, and most of the colour on it's blue as well, but it lights up VaporX on the front, which I'll show you in a minute. Yeah, it's a decent graphics card, good enough for me anyway, so I'm quite pleased with that. For the processor, I'm going to be using the AMD FX Black Edition 8350 CPU, which I believe this CPU works well with the RAM I'm using. So it's a pretty powerful CPU for the price, I think. Probably, I believe someone said to me it's equivalent to the i5, the Intel i5, and whether that's true I don't know. I've never had any experience with the Intel i5, but I have had a look at some numbers in the past, and this come out better than the Intel i5, so I don't know what people think out there who have experienced the both, but at the end of the day, this AMD FX 8350 I think is an excellent processor for the price, so that's my take on it. Now, I'm not going to be doing any overclocking. But the cooler I'm putting in is going to be the Corsair H100i liquid cooler. I'm going to be having this in the roof space of the case, and it's going to be set as a push-pull configuration with 4 fans on it, pushing the hot air out. So there's going to be the 2 fans on the bottom pulling, and the 2 fans that are on the top pushing. So that's how that's going to be set up. I'm going to have the 2 stock fans that come with it on the top, and I'm going to have 2 fans of my own, which of course are also 120mm ones. They've got blue LEDs on, and I've also got another 2 Corsair fans, 120s, that have got LEDs on. I'm going to have one at the back of the case as an exhaust and one on the bottom of the case as an intake. So the reason why I'm using the stock fans, 2 fans with LEDs on, is if I had to put the 2 fans with the LEDs on the top, it'd just basically be a waste because you wouldn't really see the LEDs on them. So I've just decided to use the 2 stock fans that come with this H100i to use on the top. That's my setup on it. The keyboard I've gone for with this build is the Thermaltake TTE Sports. It's not a wireless keyboard, it's a wired one, but as far as keyboards go, this keyboard's amazing. I've used it like a few times the other night. It lights up all different colours. You can download the software from the site and set it all up to different profiles to set your keyboard up to all different colours. You can have your keys set up to all different stuff for when you're gaming. It also comes with a little fan that plugs in either to the left or to the right at the top of the keyboard, which doesn't blow much, but you can feel it, know what I mean? But yeah, the fan's not that powerful on it. It also comes with, it's got 2 USB ports on the keyboard. It's also got a microphone jack and a headphone jack on it. So it's easy access for everything. I'm using it like it is a decent keyboard. So I think it's been out a wireless keyboard. I bought it about 6 months ago, just before I was going to start this build for the first time, and I think I paid about 40 quid for it. But I think when it first came out, I think it was about 80 quid or something like that. But I've watched a few videos on YouTube about this keyboard because there is a lot to do with it, and it does take a lot to work out how to use it. So I just watched a few videos on YouTube, and every video I watched on YouTube about it comes highly rated. So yeah, it is a decent keyboard. So if you're looking for a decent wired gaming keyboard, I can recommend this keyboard. And it will only be cheap now as well. I think I seen it the other day for about 30 quid or something on Amazon. This is the Ultimate, Challenger Ultimate. You can get a few different ones that look similar to it, but I think this is the top one. Yeah, it's a decent keyboard. For the power supply, I'm going to be using the EVGA 750 G2 Supernova fully modular power supply. This has also got an eco switch on it, so if you have it switched on to eco mode, the fan will only come on when it needs to. So if you do get one of these and you're wondering why your fan hasn't come on, there's nothing wrong with it. You'll just have the eco switch probably turned on. So when you get this power supply as well, it also comes with a jumper switch, so you can test it the day you get it, because like me, I took a few months to buy me parts. Most of my parts were sitting there for a few months before I got everything. In total it took me 6 months to get all my parts together what I'm using for this build when I built it the first time. So a lot of the parts were sat there for about 5 months and I didn't test any of them. The only part that I tested when I got it was this power supply, because it came with the jumper switch. It runs very quiet, it's very light, it's a nice looking power supply. It comes with a lot of cables. All the cables are all well made, quality made. They're all black. I don't think you'll have to buy any extra cables if you get this power supply. It's a decent power supply and it's plenty for what I need. Just show you these filters. These filters I got for the Corsair case, because these Corsair don't supply these filters. So I had to get these from a place called Dempsey Filters, and they custom make any filters for any case. They do a full set of filters for this Corsair 760T. Every filter that this case needs, they do it in a pack. I think it's about 6 or 7, maybe 8 filters altogether. I can't remember how much it is, but just for these 2 filters, I got this one to go on the top here, because when you take the plastic lid, this case comes with like a plastic cover that you can take off. Like me, if you're going to have your fans up here, well, you're going to have to take the plastic cover off, otherwise the fans aren't going to be able to breathe. So that plastic cover is going to have to come off, and when the plastic cover comes off, it's just all mesh here, and I don't like the look of it. Now some people, it may not bother them, but it bothers me. So I decided to get this filter to put on the top of it, and it's just got a magnetic strip on it, and it just magnets down. I mean, you can still see the mesh, like honeycomb mesh, but it doesn't look as bad. This filter is for the bottom of the case, because I took one of the drive bays out. When you get this case, it comes with 2 drive bays, but you can buy extra drive bays as well. I think this case can hold a maximum of 3 drive bays, and the drive bays will hold 4 drives apiece. But when you get it, it comes with 2. But I took one of them out because the drive bay I'm using, I'm only going to be putting the 2 Western Digital 2TB blacks in it. The SSDs are going to be going on the back of the case. It's also got 4 slots on the rear of the case that you can put 4 SSDs. So I'm going to be utilising 3 of them spaces for the 3 SSDs. So I only need 1 drive bay cage in it. So I decided to take one of the drive bay cages out so I could get this other 120mm fan on the bottom, and I'm having that as an intake, so therefore I needed to get this filter, and this filter just magnetics onto the underside of the case. If I was having it on as an exhaust, I wouldn't have had to have bought that filter. But as I was saying before, them 2 filters, I think just for the filters, cost me about 40 quid. But because they come from South Africa, I had to pay so much to get them from South Africa to somewhere else, and then because it was outside the EU, I had to also pay the courier firm to get it from wherever it was coming from into the UK. So altogether, the price of them 2 filters, for me to get them from South Africa to my front door, cost me about 70 quid, which I wasn't happy about. In fact, I was fuming over it, but I'd already bought them, so there was nothing I could do about it. But if it was explained to me more how much they were going to cost me, believe me, I wouldn't have bought them. There's no way I paid about 70 quid just for them 2 filters, not a chance. So I'm just making you aware of the situation first. If you're thinking about, if you've got this case and you're thinking about getting extra filters for your case, the place that the filters come from is called Dempsey Filters. I'm not sure of the full website address, but if you put in Google Dempsey Filter, I'm sure you'll get a quick response from Google. And just have a little float about on the site and see if what you need's there. But make sure you're aware of how much it's going to cost you if you're in the UK to get these filters, because the place itself is in South Africa, and that's how much it cost me anyway to get them 2 filters into the UK. I've also, because I'm having a blue theme inside the case, I also got a load of blue cables. I've got the motherboard cable, the CPU cable, the two cables, 8-pin cables for the graphics card. I've got 6 blue SATA cables, which is 6GB a second cables, and I've also got the front switches, your hard drive LEDs, and the front switches. I've got a little block that I bought as an extra. And what you do, you put these onto it. I think they come as standard with the Asus boards, but I didn't get one with that board. But I think they do come as standard with the Asus board. It's a little block, and you put these onto it, and then just put the block onto your board. It does make life a lot easier getting these on. I have got it somewhere, so when I find it, I will show you. Right, I've just seen it there now. For the RAM, I've gone with the Corsair Vengeance Pro 2 8GB sticks, 16GB, 1866 MHz, the both set up in blue, to go with the blue theme in my case. It's nice looking RAM. I'll just show you a bit closer. It's nice looking RAM, looks nice in the case as well. You can also get this RAM in red. I think you can get it in like a goldy brown colour as well. The goldy brown colour isn't much really to look at, suppose it'll look alright if you've got the same colour theme going on inside your case, but the red and blue is the best. And I think out of the red and blue, I'm not just saying it because I've got it, I think the blue is the best. But yeah, it is a nice looking RAM. It's decent. These are the Samsung. I've gone for 3 Samsung 120 gig 840 Evo SSDs. I did have 2 in the last build, but in this build I'm going to be putting 3 in, so they're going to be going in it. And as I was saying before, that there's room in this case for 4 SSDs. They're the drive bays that just slide in onto the back of the Corsair 760T, so I'll just left them in it to slide back in. Now these drives, going for 2 Western Digital Blacks, 2 terabyte a piece, which is plenty of space for me. So I'm going to have 4 terabytes in these and also 360 gig in SSD space, so that's plenty for me. I'm not really into gaming, but the reason for me building this PC was to try a bit of gaming and do some video editing and stuff. I've been learning how to use Premiere Pro and Photoshop and stuff. As I say, even if I do a bit of gaming, that's plenty of space for me. So they're the mechanical drives I'm going to be putting in this build, 2 of them. And as I said before, this is the block I was on about. It's just a little block with pins on it, and it's got the writing on both sides to tell you where to put what. And them wires I've just shown you go onto these pins here, and then the back of it, I don't think you'll be able to see that on the camera, it's got little holes in it. You then just push that on. So instead of you like pushing them on individually, that makes life a lot easier. I think I got that off eBay for a couple of quid. So if you're all looking for one of them, they are worth buying. They're on eBay for a couple of quid. So this is the fan controller I was on about. This is the NZXT fan controller. I think you can run up to 5 fans off it. I'm only going to be running 4 off it. When you get this as well, it comes with little probes which you can, really it's a bad setup the way they do it. This is one of them here. This is one of the probes you have by your fan, and this gives you your temp reading from your fan to the screen. But the way you've got to put that by your fan, you get a piece of paper and it's got about 6 strips of orange, same colour as that sticky tape, like little labels. To be honest with you, they don't stay on, they're useless. So it's really a bad setup. So really, if I'm honest, I got this basically to fill 2 drive bays and for show on the front. I'm not bothered about that giving me the temp reading. I mean, you can have them close to your fans, try and get them as close as you can to your fans, but my advice to anyone who's looking to get one of these is don't use the tape that comes supplied with this. Get some better tape that you know is going to stay there, bit of gaffer tape or something, black gaffer tape so you can't see it on the fan, and use that. The tapes that come with it are crap. So, but when it's lit up this, it does look sweet, it does look nice. I had these close to my fans and I was still getting a reading. off each one. I don't know whether it was accurate or not. If I want an accurate temp on stuff, I'll just either go into the BIOS, or because I've got the H100i, I just go onto the Corsair link and get a reading off the Corsair link, which I had installed on that PC, but bought this mainly just for show. And I think this is, well, I'll just show you the graphics card. This is the LG Blu-ray I got. It's a decent Blu-ray. It read and writes Blu-rays, and it also read and writes CDs and DVDs, so it does the lot, this. I think I paid about 80 quid for it from Scan Computers, which do some decent gear, pretty cheap as well. So if you're looking to buy any decent computer parts at a good price, Scan Computers is where I bought the H100i from there. I think I bought my keyboard from there. And I think I bought a few other bits from there as well. I think I bought some of me cables from there. So yeah, they do some cheap stuff. I'm also going to be putting in a wireless card. It's nothing special, know what I mean? It's just a Netus wireless card. 2 antennas on the back of it. So I'm going to be putting that in as well. Because in this room, it was getting the BT fella out a couple of weeks ago to fit the internet and that, and I got him to put the box for the phone in the living room, and the living room is next door through that wall there, but I can still pick up a pretty decent wireless connection in here. On my Acer one there, my download speed on that was like nearly 4 megabytes a second, so for a Wi-Fi connection, like, that's pretty decent. On the Ethernet cable, I was getting like 4.4 megabytes a second download and stuff, so it weren't much less, to be honest. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to drill a hole through the wall and run the cable from the router in the living room and straight into this room. I have the wireless on me Acer desktop there, and I'll put the Ethernet cable in the back of this bad boy here. Because for some reason, when I had it running in here a couple of days ago on the wireless, I was picking up a Boss connection on that Acer, but the connection on this was pretty crap. And on that Acer, one of the aerials just fell off on the wireless card, and it was still like picking up a better connection than this, and that's a brand new wireless card that was in this, with 2 antennas on it. But for some reason the connection was crap on it, so I want a full connection from the Ethernet cable straight into the back of this, which is what I'm going to do. Right, last I'll just show you this graphics card. It's a sweet graphics card, this. It's the VaporX triple fan. VaporX R9 280X Tri-X edition, triple fan one on the front there. I don't know whether you can see it on the camera. You just got to be careful how you touch it. You've got VaporX here, well, when the card's all connected up, that VaporX there lights up in blue. Looks pretty sweet, especially if you've got a blue theme going on inside your case. But yeah, it's a decent graphics card. I know the 300 series is out now. This is good enough for me. It's probably overkill for me, this, if I'm honest. But I just decided to get it. I wanted to, like, because with it being my first build, I wanted to put like decent parts in this build. I know, like, to some people out there, they're probably not as decent as you'd get, but like to me they are. So I think for all these parts, it cost, with the case, probably cost me close on £2 grand, not far off £2 grand. So yeah, it is a deal do, know what I mean. So that's all the parts, people. So we're going to be starting this build again. I was a bit wounded the other night when I boned it, because a couple of days ago it was all set up, running sweet, and looking amazing in this room. And now I've got an empty case again. So the first thing I'm going to do is take these doors off, and the first thing I'm going to fit the power supply. That's the first job. So I'm just going to pause the video for a couple of minutes while move the camera to a different area, we'll take the doors off and fit the power supply. I'll try and make this video as quick as possible. I don't think it's going to be running for as long as the first one did, which was just on 6.5 hours. That build I done, the reason why it went on for 6.5 hours is because, as you probably gathered, I can chat me. And with it being my first build, I've done that over 3 days, a couple of hours a day. I mean, it never took me 3 days to do the build, full days. I've done it like for over 3 days, a couple of hours a day. So I wanted to make sure like that I've done everything right. You know what it's like when you're doing your first build, because there's a lot to it, all the wiring. You've got to make sure everything is 100% right. You've got to check it, double check it and triple check it, because I was shitting myself when it comes to pressing that power button. But luckily enough, I hit that power button and it all fired up first time, which I was pretty chuffed about. So, okay, enough chatting. Let's sort this camera out and then we'll crack on with the build. So I'll just pause the video there, people, and I'll see you in a minute. Okay, people, I'm back now. Before I put this power supply in, I just wanted to show the viewers the setup that I'm running. As you can see there on the left, that's my little Acer. I bought that computer a while ago. It's nothing special. It's got 8 gig of RAM in it, a terabyte of hard drive with the i3 in it. But for what it is, it's pretty quick. It's never let me down. I've run loads of Adobe stuff on it, Premiere Pro, Photoshop, and it's never let me down at all. To crack a little PC, 24-inch monitor. I'm going to upgrade soon to a 27-inch. I like big screens, me. And to the right of that, as you can see, that's where I'm going to have my Corsair set up. The screen is a Samsung 32-inch TV, which I'm using as my monitor with a HDMI cable going from the TV to the back of the Corsair. It's great having that big 32-inch screen. I've got my Blue Yeti microphone on the boom arm with the pop filter. If anyone's after a decent microphone, USB microphone, I know they're a bit pricey, but they are decent microphones. Got the Thermaltake wired keyboard, gaming keyboard, which all lights up blue. And a lot of other colours, but I have it set to blue. I have a gaming mouse next to that, which you can't see because the case is in the way. That lights up blue, and then I have the blue theme going on inside the case. So when it's all lit up of a night and I've got the light out in here or the lamp on, it does look pretty sweet. When I bought myself a big corner, a proper computer desk, I got that off some place on eBay, brand new. It cost me 120 quid, but in the picture it didn't look that big, but when I put it together a couple of nights ago, it's proper huge. Like, it goes from there where the Acer is, it goes right round the room, and it finishes there just to the right of the Corsair case. I think you can just catch the end of it in between the box and the Corsair case. That's where it finishes. So there's a lot of room on it. Like, I thought I'd have room for my laptop as well, because I have the Corsair case on the table. A case like that with the big side open window is meant to be on show, up high, not on the floor, hidden away, so I have it up there. And what I had to do was have my printer under the table, because I say you can't see it because the Corsair case is there, but just behind that Corsair case on the floor I've got my printer there on a stand that come with the PC table. It is meant to house a tower, but on wheels, but I've got my printer on it. So all I need to do in this room now is get a few pictures on the walls. I'm going to put a few shelves up, and that's going to be me. So now I'm going to put this power supply in this case. What I've done, I've moved the case to the middle of the room, and I'm going to show you how to take the doors off. They just come off at the hinge. You just open them up fully and then they just lift off, which I'm going to show you in a minute. So I'll just pause this video a minute. Okay people, to get these doors off, you just open the door with that big handle, and you've got a hinge up here, and you've also got a hinge down here, and just grab it from the bottom and just lift it up, and you just lift off like that. They come off dead easy. So what I'll do, I'll put this somewhere safe so it doesn't get scratched. Because when you buy this case, it does come with comes with 2 sheets of film over each door, so it doesn't get scratched. Because I'd set it all up, I obviously took the film off it, so but I can see them doors getting scratched proper easy. So just grab this power supply. Comes in a nice bag. This is the power supply. It's a EVGA Supernova 750 G2. It's 80 plus gold, and as I was saying earlier on, it's got the eco switch on the back there. Don't know whether you can see that on the camera. And there's this, you just have that switch off or on when it's in eco mode. When it's in eco mode, the fan will only come on when it needs to, but when I got it and I tested it and I run the fan, it's proper silent. It is, anyone who's watching this who knows about EVGA computer gear, they know they do quality goods, so it is a good power supply. And it's also all fully modular as well, so you just use the cables that you want to use, so you haven't got loads of cables that you're not using inside your build looking untidy and stuff. So right, let's get them case cables out the way, and the power supply is going to go down here. This is a bottom fitted power supply. I think most cases come now with the power supply on the bottom. I think it's just all the old cases. So we're just going to put that down there. And just what I've done, because I took it apart the other night, I went and put the screws in it so I didn't lose them. So I'll just take these screws out. I've got all about that, trying to put it in then with the screws half in it. What it's hit. What I'll do actually, I'll just slide this a little bit out the way. So you can see better. Right, as I was saying, the power supply, just make sure you've got it round the right way. Some power supplies, you put them in the right way and the writing's upside down, but like EVGA underscore, and whichever way you have it the right way, the writing's the right way up. So I think it's Corsair that do it a lot. Put your power supply in there, and you've got four screws. Got a magnetic screwdriver as well. It's always best to have a magnetic screwdriver, because when you're doing computer builds, the screws are always tiny. So I invested in a magnetic screwdriver. When you're putting your screws in, go from corner to corner and just put them in, say, just neat, just so they just lock, don't tighten them up. take your time putting them in. I know it's only like, you probably think, well, it's only a screw you're putting in, but be careful you don't put them in cross-threaded. Because if you cross-thread them, well then chances are you're not going to get it back out. And if you do, the thread will be knackered on it, so you won't get it back in. So just take your time putting them in. Now on this power supply, you haven't got a screw in every corner. You've got 3 in the corners, but this one I'm putting in now is a bit off the corner. Some power supplies you'll get that have got them in all 4 corners, but this isn't. Just give them a good set. And that's the power supply fitted. Right, next we will do the Western Digitals, the hard drives. And they're going to go in this drive bay here. Now on this case, these drive bays, you've just got 2 handles here on the bottom. You just pinch them together and they just come straight out in your hand. Now the drives, you want to put them in where you, that's if you're using this case, obviously, where you've got them prongs there, what you pinch, you want to put them in. So your sockets for your SATA leads are at the back, it's the opposite side of them. And then to get the drive in, you've got 4 pins, one there, one there, one there and one there, and you just flex them back to the side. Line your first 2 up, and then to get your other 2 in, just bend it back a bit. So you line them up with the holes, and it'll just go in nice and snug. Just slide it in until you hear it click, and then we do the same again with the other one. Again, line your 2 holes up with your pins. Flex the other side back until the pins lock in, and that's in. You just slide it on until you hear it click. When you get this case as well, you'll see a cardboard box in one of your drive bays like that. That'll have all your screws in it for your case. I just leave that in there so I know where it is, know what I mean? So I don't lose none of the screws. And that's the drives fitted. So next we will do the Blu-ray and the fan controller. So I'll just bring this forward a bit. Turn the case round so you can see. It's a decent shot. Right, now these, when I first got this case and I was putting these in, I did take the front bezel off, thinking I had to take this front bezel off to get these in, but then I realised that you don't, that they will just slide in on their own. So just line it up Now at the side here, it means me turning the case back around, you've got clips. You just open them clips, there's one for each one, and the drive will just slide home, and you let it click, and then it'll lock, it'll automatically lock, so the drive won't come out. There's one on each one. You just press it to put it in the open position. You'll know it's open because the drive will slide in. If it's not open, the drive won't slide in at all. So now the fan controller. Just get all these wires fed through first. This takes up 2 drive bays, so again, you just push on the button at the side. I need to push on 2 of them obviously because I'm taking up 2 drive bays, and just push it on and you let it click. Just check that's locked in. Yeah. So that's how easy it is. Thought there was a big scratch on that then. So that's the Blu-ray fitted and the fan controller, as easy as that. And I think, as you can see there, I think they look nice together in this case. Looks even better when it's all lit up. It all lights up, all digital. It's got little icons of fans spinning round, different colours, all different coloured layout on it, the numbers and stuff. It looks sweet, really sweet. So next we will be going round to the other side of the case. I'm fitting the SSDs, so I'll just turn this case around. And I'll take this other door off, and it's the same as before. You just open the handle there, open it right out, put one hand at the bottom, the other hand at the top, and just lift it off, and it's as easy as that. Put that one down there. Right. Now these SSDs all go here on these. Now they're a bit of a pain in the arse, I think, to fit. And when they are in, if you have it round that way, so the writing's facing into your case, you are going to have the writing upside down. But I watched a video the other day of someone doing a build on YouTube. His name's Kerry Olsman. I don't know whether any of you have watched any of his videos, but he does make really good computer build videos. I watched a lot of his videos myself before I got the knowledge I know to do my own build. And I watched him doing a build the other day, and what he done, he fitted one SSD, but he had it the other way around. So the writing was on this side, reading the right way up, but that was on show in the case, all the writing at the back. The right way up obviously, but I think I'd rather see it that way inside the case with the Samsung writing upside down. And on the case as well, he was doing the build on it, it did have a big open window on the side of it like this one. It was a Corsair, I think it was the 750D, but it did have a big see-through open window on it. And I was screaming at the computer, "You've got that the wrong way round, lad." But that's the way he done it. So I'm not going to have mine like that. I'm going to do it the other way. So the writing's upside down, but it's just one of them things. Now there's room for 4 of these, but they are a bit of a pain in the arse to fit. And what it is, you've got, I don't know whether you can see on the camera, down this channel here, you've got four little cutouts where these pins go into. These pins slide into them and then it locks in. I'll get these sticking wires out. When you're all doing your first build as well and you see all the wires, don't let the wires throw you off. I know it's a bit of a daunting sight, but when you get round to doing your cabling, just deal with one wire at a time and eventually you will get through them all. Don't let it scare you in any way. Right, you line them two prongs up and then you've got a clip here and it's got like a little cut out for your finger. I don't know whether you can see it, you can't see it there on the camera, but there's like a little, just like 4 lips for your finger, and you just press that in and push. Normally you can hear it click, but that didn't click, but it is in. There you go. And it just locks in like that. But as I say, that's the way he had it. But he had it the other way around with the writing on the back facing in, which I didn't like it, so and just do the same again. Just look for your 2 holes. It just clicks in like that. When you hear it click, you know it's in. We've got one more. It's in. I'll just put the 4th one in so I know where it is. That's it. They all went in easy, to be honest with you. The first time I done it, I was messing around with it for ages. But now as this is the second build I'm doing with this case, it wasn't that bad really, as you've seen. It took a few seconds, but they're all in anyway. So that's the 3 SSDs installed, and as you've seen, that was pretty easy. There's room on this 760T, there's room for one more, so it can hold 4 SSDs on the back. And also, these drive bays, when I got the case there was another one here right next to it, but as you can see there's also room for a 120mm fan, which is why I took it out. Now I could put the drive bay, I've got it there in the case box. I could put the drive bay on top of this, but then it's going to be covering these 2 140 fans in the front, and it's going to be empty anyway, so it's pointless putting it there. I'd rather have that bottom fan blowing on the two drives and the top fan going to be blowing on the graphics card, because the graphics card is going to be all in this area here when we fit it. But you can buy these drive bays as extra, so altogether this case will hold 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It'll hold 9 mechanical hard drives, or you can put SSDs in these. You can put SSDs in, and you just get screws, and the SSD will screw to this. So it just depends on what you want to do. You can mix and match what drives you put in it, but altogether it'll hold 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, it'll hold 13 drives in total. I don't know how much the extra drive bay is, but I know you can buy them extra. So that's a lot of drives, especially if you're having them at a decent size, say 2 terabytes upwards, you know what I mean? It's going to be a lot of storage, that. I don't know anyone who'd want that much, like 13 drives in it. I just think that's taking the piss. So anyway, that's the SSDs fitted. Corsair should really do something about that, or Samsung. I think it's Corsair, mind you, it's like 50-50, so the writing's the right way around, but because with it having a big window door on it, and when it's all lit up in there, you can't see them SSDs pretty well, know what I mean, and the writing's upside down. But anyway, it's just one of them things. So that's the case prepped. The only thing that we've got to do now in the case is fit the I/O shield, which is this here. This is your I/O shield. This goes on the back of your case. That's another thing I have to do as well, which I forgot about. I mean, it's no big, you know what I mean. It is entirely up to you. If you're ever like moving your case, put some screws in these optical drive bays. I did have screws in them last time, so I am going to put screws back in them again, just to keep them safe, know what I mean? I mean, they're safe enough the way they're locked in. But I'll just put 2 screws in each, just for that extra security in case it does ever get moved. I mean, they're good, they are good enough. The mechanisms on this case, but the screw holes are there, so you might as well use them. I think you can put some round the other side as well, but I'm not going to bother. I'm just going to put 2 in each side on this side. And that's them in. Just keeps them locked in a bit better. So apart from the I/O shield, that's the case prepped. So what I'll do now, I'm going to put the case on its back, because after I put the I/O shield in, then the next stage of the build then is prepping the motherboard. I'm going to put the RAM in, I'm going to put the CPU in, and then we'll put the motherboard inside the case. So I'll just pause the video for a sec, and then we'll crack on with prepping the motherboard before we put it inside the case. So I will see you in a minute, people. Okay everyone, I've just altered the camera just to give you an overview of the board. I've moved the case out the way to the side and I've put the motherboard on top of the motherboard box, and I've just moved the camera just so the camera's above the board so you can see better what I'm going to do to fit the RAM. I'm just finishing the last of this coffee off, so I'll be a second. The RAM is going to be going in these slots here. When I done the first build I had to check with the manual which slots to populate. Now I know on my board it's the blue slots that I'm going in. It has two blue ones and two black ones, as you can see. You've got a black one, a blue one, a black one, a blue one. Your motherboard, unless you're using the same board as this Asus M5 A97R20, chances are your motherboard will be different. So you want to check with your manual and find out which slots to populate. I mean, it won't make any difference if you're going to populate all 4 slots. Say if you were putting 4 gig in each or an 8 gig stick in each, you wouldn't have to check your manual, you could just populate every slot. But if, like me, I'm only going to be using two slots, 2 8 gig sticks, you need to check with your manual which slots to populate, because the 2 slots, if you're only using 2 sticks of RAM, you've got to know which ones to put them in. You can't just put them anywhere. Like, I think I'll put them in the blue ones when it could be the black ones, or I think I'll put them in the black ones when it could be the blue ones, or put them in one blue one and one black one. So check your manual and that'll tell you. It did in my manual. I had to check first and it told me that it's the blue ones I populate. So if it's your first build, obviously you might not know that. I only knew that because of build videos I was watching. Right, to install the RAM, as I say, it's the blue slots I'm going to use. So you've got these clips on the outside here. You've got 4 white clips on this side and you've got 4 white clips on this side. Now to get your RAM in, just put a thumb on each, but be careful what you're touching on your board. Keep your fingers off everything on your board. If you're ever picking your board up, pick it up by the heatsink. If you do need to pick it up, never pick it up from underneath or grabbing stuff on the top. Always pick it up from the heatsink, this one or that one. Just anything to grab hold of it with. Never touch the board itself. So before you put your RAM in, you've got to open these slots and you just bend them back with your thumbs. And they'll just open up like that. Get your RAM. Same with your RAM. Always touch your RAM at the top by this heatsink here, depending on what RAM you're using obviously, but never touch this on the bottom. These are what's called gold fingers. Never touch the RAM by this. Now as you can see, you've got one long channel and you've got a smaller channel. Both of them aren't the same length, as you can see there. Now you'll have the same in the slot where they're going, so they can only go in one way and one way only. Now as you can see, I don't know whether you can see on the camera, you've got the long channel here, then you've got a little stop in it, and then you've got the smaller channel. I think you can just about make that out on the camera, that one of them is longer than the other. And that's the way they go in. So you just line it up, making sure that you've got it set in the right way and in the right slot. And when you've got it in like that, you just press down on one side till you hear it click, and then do the same on the other side till you hear it click, and that's that stick of RAM installed. Get your other piece of RAM. Oh, stick of RAM, whatever you want to call it, stick of rock. Again, see which is the long end and which is the short end. Line them up, put them in the slots, push it down till it's level. Press down on one side with your thumb till you hear it click, and then press down on the other side with your thumb till you hear it click. And that's the RAM installed. That's how easy it is. Now the CPU, my CPU is already installed, as you can see here. I've already got it installed. Now what it is with the CPU, on the CPU you've got a little gold triangle. I'm going to see if I can show you it. Be careful as well when you're touching this CPU. Never touch it underneath or at the top. Always touch it corner to corner or at the sides. Never touch the top and never touch the bottom where the pins are. Already, yeah, you should be able to see that. If you look there where this finger is, you've got a gold triangle. Now this is an AMD chip, so if you use an Intel it's going to be different, but this is an AMD chip, so this is for AMD installers. You've got a gold triangle there on the corner. Now on the board you've got a silver triangle, and my one is here where this finger is. I don't know whether you can see it on the camera. I don't think you can. Let's see if I can get you close there now. Yeah, you can now. You've got a triangle here. See? Just look at the other corners and you'll see that they haven't got one. And this corner has. So, what you do, you line that gold triangle up with this triangle on your board, and then you know that your CPU is in the right way round. So when you're doing it, make sure your retention arm is up. Make sure you've got it round the right way, that it's going to go from triangle to triangle. And just drop it in as carefully as you can. And the pins will sit into the slots underneath it. And just check, double check that you put it in the right way round, triangle to triangle. As you can see there, the gold triangle is to that triangle, so you know it's in the right way, because this is something that you don't want to put in wrong. You want to make sure that you put this in right. I mean, I knew when I put that in last time on the first build that it was in right, but I still went and checked the manual just to make sure. So I was 100% sure. I'll just get you a better, see if I can get you a close up on that. There you go. That's better. So you can see the gold triangle there, lined up with the silver triangle. As I say, I knew it was the right way last time, but I still checked the manual. It's something that you do not want to get wrong. You get that wrong and you switch it on, well, it's game over for your CPU and probably your board. So when you've got your CPU lined up and you've got it in, you know it's in properly, just give it a little tug, make sure it's in, and then this retention arm here, you want to pull it down, swing it out to the right, and then it'll slide under and lock in. There's a little clip here that it'll go under, and that's your CPU locked in, and that's your CPU fitted. So that is the board prepped. We've put our 16 gig of RAM in, and we've put our FX8350 CPU in. So it's as easy as that. So next now is to put the IO shield in the case. So I'll have to move this board, get the case back up on its back, put the I/O shield in the case, and then we're going to put the motherboard inside the case, which last time when I done it I had loads of messing around with trying to line it up. It's murder if you've never done it before, but don't let that put you off, because on that case there's a standoff that's in it that'll line up with one of the holes on your board, which I never got onto last time, which would have saved me a lot of messing around. So now I know this time it should be a lot easier. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to fit the I/O shield and then fit the board inside the case, screw the board down, and then after that we're going to be fitting the H100i or the fans, one or the other. We do the graphics card last. I always leave the graphics card till the last. So that's what we're going to do next. I/O shield and fit the board in the case. So I'll just pause the video there, people, till I move this board out the way and get the case back up on this makeshift bench of mine. So I'll see you in a minute. Right, I'm back again, everyone. Before we broke off, we got to the part where we'd install the RAM and the CPU. Now, because I boned this computer before I put it back together, I have to clean the CPU and also the plate on the H100i. So I'm going to have to clean this plate here as well as the CPU before them two join again. So to do that, you'd have to use this stuff. It's called isopropanol, and it's basically alcohol, 99.9% pure. This one, you can get ones that are just 99%, but this is 99.9% pure. So I've got that to clean them, and also I've got some Arctic Silver 5, which is thermal paste, which has to go on the CPU. So that's what we're going to be doing now. So first off, we'll clean the CPU first, and we're just going to use normal cotton buds. Just going to use normal cotton buds. People say don't use these and use a lint-free cloth, but I've seen a lot of people use these, so I'm just going to use them. I'm just going to pour some into the top of the bottle. You only need a little bit. Dip one of the buds in. The reason why they use this is as a cleaning agent as well as so it dries. It dries with the air, so it doesn't stay wet. I just basically wipe the cotton bud over every part of the CPU, and it just takes off all that excess thermal paste that was on it, because there'll still be some on there that's naked to the eye, and this has to be totally clean. It's come up nice and clean now. Now we'll do the same with the plate, the H100i. But the ears off this H100i plate, the bud's pretty black. Because when I got this is what the thermal paste was on from Corsair on the plate. The stock thermal paste, which from Corsair is probably alright, but a lot of people take it off. They don't bother using it and put a decent one on That Arctic Silver 5 is probably one of the best ones you can get. Right, that's the result of what was still on the H100i plate. As you can see, it's pretty black. Right, that's them cleaned. Just that'll dry. So next, now that the CPU and that plate on the H100i is clean, the next job with this build is to fit the I/O shield on the case and then fit the motherboard into the case. So I'm just going to pause the video for a sec while I move this board and put the case up on its side, and then we'll go from there. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Okay everyone, I've moved the board, I've put the case up on its side. I'm just going to show you, I've decided to put a strap on, because I'm now going to start messing about with the board trying to get it in. So if you're unsure about static shock and stuff, it might be best to get yourself an anti-static strap. This was only a couple of quid, and I've just clipped it to metal on the case, so that's why I've got this on. So right, first we're going to fit the I/O shield. This is the I/O shield. This is what the motherboard slots into these holes. So this I/O shield goes here in this gap here. So when you're putting the I/O shield in, you'll have like the two big round ones, these here. Have these at the top, because some people put these in the wrong way round, or as it's going in, if you look at it, the writing should read perfect. So mine's going to go in like that, so the writing would be readable. If it was in the wrong way, the writing would be upside down. So, but some people do put them in the wrong way, so it is easy done, know what I mean. These just clip in, you'll hear it click. Doesn't take much pressure. Because it is only flimsy, so just be careful you don't bend it. I mean, if you bent it, you probably will be able to straighten it out, but try not to. Just be careful with it. Just do one end and then do the other end, and that's it. Once the I/O shield fitted, I'm going to fit the motherboard inside the case. On this case, you've got various standoffs for different size motherboards, but there's one main one just here. I don't know whether you can see that on the camera, but it's just here, the main one, and that'll line up with one of the ones on your board, which makes it a lot easier to get the board in. Because the first time I done this, when I built this the first time, it was a bit of a nuisance to get in. Whereas people who are used to it, it'd probably take about a minute to get it in. I think it took me about 10 minutes messing about with it, trying to get it in. So I hope it doesn't do it this time. So just pick your board up by the heatsink. And line it up with the I/O shield, and you've got to like sort of go down and then come back under. And just drop it in like so. See, that standoff was a lot of help, lining it up with that. And then it just pops in. So when you're lining it up with your I/O shield, you've got to like sort of come down on an angle and then put it level. I mean, some cases mightn't have that standoff as a guide. but most cases now do. So if you haven't got one, just do it like that. Just go down on an angle to get it under these flaps, because on that IO shield there's a couple of flaps, and they're flimsy as well, so you got to watch you don't bend them or snap them off. Just go down and come level, and it should just slide in. And just check that it's all in properly, which it is. Just give it a little shake. And another thing I'll say as well, some cases, like there's some on the outside edges of this case around the board, I can see 1, 2, 3 standoffs which are in there. Count the amount of holes you've got in your board, and then count the amount of standoffs that are in your case. Don't leave a standoff in there while you're putting your board in. Make sure all the standoffs are taken out, because you don't want to put your board in while there's a standoff still in there and your board ends up sitting on top of it. It could short your board out and fry your board. So just make sure that you've took all the standoffs out to match up the amount of holes in your board, so there's no standoffs left there. Now on this board I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 holes for screws, so that one's just got the standoff through it, so obviously your screw doesn't go in there. Some boards will have a different amount of screws. Your board could have like 9 screws, could have 6 screws. But just make sure you put all the screws in. Sometimes this static strap gets in the way. I was going to take it off, but until I screw this board in, I'll leave it on. Now in your bag of screws that you get with your case, if you're buying a brand new case, your motherboard screws will come with that. They're the really little ones. Your motherboard ones, as you can see, they're only small. So they're for your board. And as I said at the beginning, always try to get a magnetic screwdriver, especially when you're doing jobs like this, screwing your motherboard in with little screws, because the screws have a tendency of falling down the back of the board or somewhere you don't want them to fall. And just be careful and take your time when you're screwing it in. Don't screw them down tight, just snug for now, and then when you've got them all in, then give them a little turn. Just be careful you don't cross thread them. That one was going in then on a bit of an angle, so if you're not happy with the way it's going in, take it back out and do it again. Don't cross thread it, because otherwise you won't get it out and you won't tighten it up either, it'll just keep turning. Normally I'd say when you're putting these screws in, do corner to corner. just to even the tension around the board, but I haven't done that. But normally that's what I'd say. And the last one. And that's all the screws in. I'll just go around and give them a little turn. Just make sure they're all tight. Don't turn them too much, because you'll just end up snapping your board. And that's it, they're all done. When you've done that, just check that you've filled all the holes, you put all the screws in, and you haven't left any out. And that's it. That's the board fitted and the IO shield fitted, nice and snug. So now I can take this anti-static strap off, because sometimes it does get in the way. But as it was my first time when I built this, for the price of them I thought I'd invest in one. It's a crucial one. I think it was only about £4 off Amazon. So I'll put that back in the board box. That box can go away. Right, so as I say, that's the IO shield fitted and that's the board fitted. So now I think we'll fit the fans. Move these wires out the way for now. We've got a bottom mounted fan to put in, which is going to be an intake fan. We've got a top mounted fan to fit, which is going to be an exhaust fan. Bottom fan's going here in between the power supply and this drive cage. The top back mounted fan's going here, and this is going to be an exhaust fan. And then we're going to have the H100i up here with the 4 fans on in a push-pull configuration. So it's going to fit 2 of these LED fans, one at the bottom and one at the top. And also I have 2 LED fans already connected to the H100i, and I'm going to use the 2 stock fans to go at the top. You wouldn't see the LEDs on them anyway, so that's why I decided to put them at the top. Now when you're fitting your fans, just try and have a sense of where you're going to run your cable for the best cable management before you screw the fan up. And also make note of which way the fan is going to be blowing, because on some fans there's no arrows on them. Normally they have arrows on them down the side here, or it could be down one of the other sides, and it'll have an arrow to show which way the fan's going, whether it be clockwise or anti-clockwise as you're looking at it. And also it'll have another arrow to show you which way the air is going to be blowing. But in most cases, what I've known, I mean it could be in all cases, I'm not sure, but every fan that I've seen, where you've got the label at the front, I'll use this one as an example obviously, you've got the Corsair logo label at the front. And then you turn it over and you've got that label on the back. Well, normally, in most cases, the air will blow that way. So the air will come out this way, where that label is. and also you can tell because it's got these bands on it, so you can tell the front from the back even if it never had any labels on. So the air will blow out the back where these bands are. That's normally the case, is what I've known about fans. But as I say, you could have a fan that's different, so you are best checking if there's no arrows on it, which way the air blows. And make a note which way your cable is going to be running. So this fan is going to be on an intake, so I'll just turn it upside down. It's going to be bringing the cool air in, and I'm just looking. See, I have these case fan connections. So I suppose I could connect it to one of them, so we'll have it going out that hole there. Like that. So it's bringing the cool air in, yeah, that'll do there. Right, what I'll do, I'll just get you a better angle on that camera so I can show you the fan getting fitted. Right, okay people, just turn the camera around a little bit just to get you a better angle on it. So as we spoke about before, the air is going to be blowing through that way, so this label is going to be upside down. It's going to be bringing the cool air in. Now the screws for these fans, you'll also get screws in your case, again if you're buying a new case, but you will get them with your fans if you're buying new fans, because these are only small screws as well, they're only that big, and they're pretty fat, so you can tell them anyway that the fan screws. Just line your fan up where you're having it, where you're going to run your cable. And again, just be careful screwing it in, don't cross thread it, because sometimes these, if it's a new case, these screws will go in, sort of like, you've got to give them a good bit of a turn to get them going, but don't think that it's not going in properly and it's cross threading. Just take your time with it. Just go from corner to corner again. Some fans will have like rubber grommets on them, which take a bit of pressure to get the screw through the rubber grommet, but these fans haven't, so, but your fans might have, and they do take a bit of pressure to get the screw through. The last one. And that's them all done. Just go around and give each one a little turn, little nip up. And that's the bottom mounted fan fitted. Next we'll fit this this exhaust fan here. I'll just turn this camera around because you can't see. The next one's going to be going here. And this is going to be an exhaust fan. So it's going to be taking the hot air out away from that board. So this one we want to have the label inside, so it's going to be blowing the hot air out. And again, think about where you're going to be putting your cable. So if I put it like that and run the cable, put it like that. I think I'll do it like that. And try and get that cable going behind the H100i. Right. There's 4 more screws. Just line it up and get your first one in. Just give it a little nip up. There's also room to fit a 140mm fan here in this space. Again, just go from corner to corner, just to even the pressure out, because them fans are only plastic. That one then started going in on a cross thread, so just stop what you're doing and take it back out. And the last one, fiddly one right in the corner. That's that fan fitted. I'll just give each screw a little turn. So that's both the fans fitted. So next we're going to fit the H100i, which you need about 6 hands to do when you're doing it on a push-pull configuration if you've set it up like that. So what I did, I screwed the 2 outside fans to the radiator first, and what I did, I then put 1 screw in one of the fans to get a start on it, because you need about 6 hands to keep hold of everything and line the screws up. The first time I done it, it was a pain in the arse. I managed to get a little routine going to do it right, so which I'll show you in a minute. So I'm just gonna pause the video there a minute while I turn this camera around so you can see me, because I'm gonna be putting it up this way, so, and then we'll fit that. So I'll be back in a minute, people. Right, okay people, what I've done, I've just spun the case round because I couldn't get in up that end up there to get the this H100i in. So I spun the case round because it's going to be going up here. I just want to say, if you are doing a push-pull configuration with one of these H100i's, when you get them, you get these screws. They're the longest ones in the pack, but to do a push-pull configuration you need 8 of them, and in the contents of the H100i box you only get 4 of them, so I had to buy an extra 4 of these. I got them from a place called Scan Computers, so just for a packet of 4 of them, and I think there was a few other screws in as well. I think it cost me about a tenner, which is ridiculous, like, for a few screws, but I needed them. It was either get them from Scan Computers or from Corsair Direct, and I think Corsair Direct was even dearer. So you need these long screws to go through here, and then it's going to be going through the width of the fan and then into the radiator, and I think there's just a little tiny bit to catch onto the radiator to keep everything together. So you do need these long screws, and you only get 4 of them, and you need 8. So I just wanted to explain that before I carried on. Also, what I've done off camera, I've buried two normal case fan screws, which are these little ones, just to put this fan on before I screw the radiator to it, because as I said earlier, you do need about 6 pairs of hands. Right, so I'm going to be using the stock fans to screw up first. Now this H100i, when you have it on a push-pull configuration, for anyone who doesn't know what a push-pull configuration is, you have it set up, you can have it set up either way. I'm going to have this set up as it's going to be pulling the hot air from inside the case. It's going to be blowing it through the radiator, and then them stock fans, these are going to be on the other side of this radiator, and these are going to be pulling the hot air from the radiator out through the roof space of the case. So that's why it's called a push-pull. But in this case it's going to be a pull-push, because I'll have this set up as pulling the hot air from out the case through the radiator, and then them stock fans are going to be pushing the hot air that comes through the radiator out through the top of the case. So it's a pull-push. This is probably a bit of overkill for me really in this case, but it's the way I wanted it, so that's why I decided to do it. Maybe even the stock cooler that come with the CPU would have been good enough for me, but it was my first build. I wanted to do a decent build, and I didn't want to like upgrade a couple of months later. I wanted to get everything the first time and fit it the first time. So now when you're fitting these on the coolant plate, you've got the Corsair logo. Now you want to have that, or try and have it, so it's readable, because that does light up when your system's powered up. Now in some cases I've seen these fitted, but they weren't lined up straight so it was readable. The person that was doing the build was unable to get it lined up so it was readable. So in some cases it might be, in your case, you might be able to have it like that. So that's the way it's going to go. So just like do a little test run of how it's going to go for your pipes. Make sure you've got enough room. Unless you've got someone with you fitting this, it is a bit fiddly to do on your own if you're having it in this configuration. So after a lot of messing around, I decided to screw these on first with one screw in each until I got the big screws through. So again, make a note of how your fans are going to be going. So we want these fans with the logo facing in, because it's going to be blowing the hot air out the top. And then think about where your cabling's going to be going, because on the top of this plate you've got two cables. On the top of this plate you've got two cables which is split into four, and they're to connect your fans up that are connected to the radiator, which are these ones here. The two cables, but they split into four so you can run up to 4 fans off it, and these just connect up to your normal case fans. You can either have the one cable in and just run 2 fans, or if you're going to do it in a push-pull configuration, put the 2 of them in and you can connect your 4 fans up that are on the radiator to them. So make a note of where your cabling is going to be going. So that is going to be like that. So you want the cables of these fans to be run down straight, like so. That one, so the cable ends to the left. Or I could put it that way. Right, now first, just use one of your normal case fans to get one of these screws in. When I said earlier about the rubber grommets, that's what I've got here at the top of the case, and it's a bit you've got to put a bit of pressure on it to get it through. which if you were offering the H100i up like that while you're keeping hold of everything with one hand, trying to get the screws in with the other hand, trust me, it's a pain in the arse. And what I'll do, put another, just thinking whether to put, yeah, I'll put the other fan on as well. So again, think about where you're having your cabling. In my case, my cables are going to be running down straight. Put a screw in each temporary. And now here's the fiddly part. Be careful with the your pipes as well. Let's take that back out a sec. Yeah, there's basically probably about, let's say about a centimetre, maybe a little bit less, to catch onto this, to keep hold of it. Just be careful when you're doing it. Again, watch your pipes, try not to bend them too much. Once you get one in, it's not that bad. It's just getting that first one in. It's in. Yeah, it's just getting that first one in. This one announced. And what you'd have to do is just go off high basically to get your radiator straight. and usually the holes will line up. That's on that. And then you can take out then the temporary screws that you put in. As I say, if you are doing this on your own, that seems to be the best way to do it, what I've just shown you. Otherwise, trust me, it's going to be a pain in the arse keeping hold of everything with one hand and screwing the screws in with the other hand. That's in now. So when you get them first like 2 screws in, say, and you just go off high and line it up, usually the rest of the screws will go in, because normally everything does line up. You may have a little bit of messing around with it, trying to push the screw right through, because the screw has got to come right through and you can't see if the holes are lined up or not. It's basically just a guess. Two more. It has been a lot easier fitting it this time, which I thought it would be. It's usually the case after you've done it once and gone through all the messing about and come up with a little strategy. Right, that's all the 8 screws in. I'll just go around each one and just give each one a little nick up. Because as I say, them screws do only come through a little bit to catch on to the radiator. And there's a fair amount of weight there. That radiator with the 4 fans. Well, that's it, they're all done. And that's sound. So on the cables coming off this this H100, if it's the first time you're fitting it, I'll just explain which is which. These two are what I talked about before, which split into 4. Now these go above the Corsair logo, and these are for your fans that are on the radiator. Now you can run 2 or you can run a maximum of 4, so that's what they're for. Now you have these 2 other ones. You have a SATA cable which connects up to your SATA power, which is to put power to it and control the pump, and that just connects up to one of your SATA cables coming off your power supply. This other one, that's with the SATA power in like a split. This is a fan header, and this goes to your CPU fan on your board. Make sure you put that in your CPU fan on your board. And then I think there's one more which is to the left of the Corsair logo, which I'd have to twist it round to show you, but trust me, it is there. There's one more on it, which is a USB, which I have here. And this connects to the side of it. This end goes in the side of it, and then this end goes to a USB 2 port on your board, and that's all the cables for the H100. This USB one is for the Corsair link. When you set it up, if you do set it up, you don't have to set it up if you don't want to, but if you do set up the Corsair link, you can then download the software and you can set it up for the Corsair logo to change colours. You can either keep it on one colour, or you can have it going through a multiple of colours. Each colour will change about, I'd guess it's probably about every 5 seconds or something, it will change to a different colour. You can also control your fans within the Corsair Link software. You can slow them down, you can speed them up, you can put them on quiet mode. There's a few different modes that you can set them up to control your fans however way you want to run them. It's not amazing software, but it's okay, you know what I mean? It's the first time I've used it, and that Corsair logo on the plate does look nice when it's all lit up, when it's changing colours. Altering the fan speed as well does make a difference, because in this case I have got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, the 2 140s at the front, 8, and also the fan on the power supply, which is 9, total of 9 fans in this case. And before I put the Corsair link in it, I'm going to say it was like pretty loud, even with the doors on. And then as soon as I install the Corsair link and set the fans up, I got it down to a really quiet pace, and you can hardly hear the fans at all. So it is an alright software to use. So that's the Corsair link, and you just go onto the Corsair website or just type in Google Corsair link. It'll give you the links where to go and how to get it. When you download it and install it, you'll find that nothing will happen first, and you'll wonder what's going on. But then once it updates, the software updates, it'll ask you straight away to install the updates, and then once it updates and your computer restarts, that's when the colours will start changing colour on your plate. Because that's what I thought when I first installed it, and nothing happened. I was trying to change the colours, and then after I updated it and the computer restarted, the colours started changing on their own, and the fan speeds had slowed down. So don't think that it's not working. Remember to update it first. Right, so that's the H100i all fitted. So these 4 fan cables are going to be connected up to the fan cables coming off the H100i plate. Yeah, so don't be daunted by all these wires, you just deal with one wire at a time. So now that that's fitted, what I'm going to do, I'm going to put these screws back in these fans I took out. I took the both of them out of this one. Right there back in. So we've got our exhaust fan there, taking the hot air out. We've got the bottom mounted fan bringing cool air in. And we've got the H100i with the 4 fans on it in a pull push. And the 2 140s in the front are also bringing cool air in, so that's all the fans fitted and the cooling done. So the next job now is going to be to put the thermal paste on the CPU, spread it about, because there's different ways of doing this. Some people just put a pea-size amount in the centre of the CPU and then press the plate down on it and tighten it up and let it spread itself. But I watched a video on YouTube a couple of days ago about the different variations of doing it, and the lad that was doing it used 2 pieces of clear plastic so you can actually see how it was spreading. And the best way that I thought was to put a pea-size amount on and spread it evenly yourself with, say, an old credit card or something like that, something of similar description, so it was all spreaded out thinly and covered the whole CPU. That's the way that I found to be the best. But this Arctic Silver 5, I just went on the website, because it does reckon to go on the website if you've never used it before. Gives you on-screen instructions, the best way to apply it. And the people who make Arctic Silver 5 reckon the best way to do it is, it's called tinting, T-I-N-T. What it is, they want you to put a small amount on the CPU and on your cooling plate, spread it, then wipe the majority of it off so it's just faintly on the CPU and your plate, and then apply a pea-size amount on your CPU and spread it thinly, and it's called tinting. Now that's the way the people who make Arctic Silver 5 recommend that you do it. But I watched a few videos on YouTube the other day about different variations of doing it, and they're the only people that recommend that you do it that way, doing it the tinting way. Everyone else is putting like pea-size amounts on and pressing the plate down or spreading it out by hand. So the method I'm going to use is to spread it by hand evenly and thinly, and then put the plate down over the CPU. So that's what I'm going to do. So I'm just going to pause the video for a minute while I get set up to do this. As you've seen at the start of the video, we've cleaned the top of the CPU and we've also cleaned the plate on the cooler. So the next stage of the build is to apply the thermal paste, so we'll get on that in a minute. So I'll just pause the video and I'll be back in a minute. Cheers everyone. Before I put this thermal paste on the CPU, I just want to show you what you get in the box of the H100. You get 3 of these brackets. You get this one here, which is an Intel one. You get this one, which is also an Intel one. And you get one that's similar to the second one I showed you, this one. That's for the AMD one. But these pieces that are on the end here, you only get 2 of them on it. Now them 2 I've just shown you, the Intel ones, are for the LG 1150, 1155 and 1156 socket. And the other one is for the LG 2011 socket. You'd also get 2 stock fans, which are the, sorry no, that's off the Corsair. The stock fans are what's on the top of the H100i radiator, what I showed you earlier. You get 2 of them. You get a few washers. You get the USB cable, the split cable for the fans, which I showed you earlier. You get 8 long screws and 8 small screws. Now I made a bit of a mistake earlier saying that you only get 4 long screws, and you don't, you get 8. It's 16 that I needed to do the push-pull configuration, so I had to buy another 8. So I made a mistake earlier what I said. You do get 8 in the packaging. And these instructions are worth taking a look at if you've not fitted this before. Even if you think you know what you're doing, I'd take a look at it and have a good read through the instruction booklet. Some useful information in there. And you'd also get all your screws and your standoffs. Everything, what you need is all in there. So I just wanted to show you what you get. So now I'm going to put this thermal paste on the CPU. Now it's all being cleaned, and then I'm going to fix the coolant plate over the CPU. I'm going to use a card to do this. I've got my internet card, which I'm going to use. It's just a plastic card. And you reckon just put a piece size amount on and spread it evenly. So put the paste exactly in the middle of the CPU. Let's see, that's probably about enough, and just spread it evenly. Going right to the edges. It's a bit awkward doing this now that the CPU is inside. Just take your time doing it. Make sure you get everywhere covered. With a nice even coat. Let's see, that was enough. Just wipe any excess off you might have on the edges, if you can. If you can't, I don't think it matters. That looks alright to me. Right. Just want to take these connections off. There's no need to put it on the coolant plate, just over the CPU. Might have been easier actually for me to just put it on the coolant plate instead of the CPU. Probably would have. Just wanted to check. Now these fixings for the AMD one, you get like a little key and thumb screws, which I'll show you one. It's just like that, if you can see it on the camera. Like that. You get two of them and it just goes through these holes here. The screw end goes through these holes here. You put the thumb screw on and then on the board at either side of the CPU you've got two plastic clips and that hook will grab onto the plastic clips. Plastic clips, you've got one here and you've also got one here, and then they'll just lock onto that and grip hold of it, and then you just tighten it down. But it's best to put these on first. Just apply even amounts of pressure on each side. Greasy thermal paste over meat pipes. I can't remember now if that's the way I had the pipes to see the Corsair logo. I'll just come round this side and have a look. Give me a better... The pipes wouldn't be able to go that way anyway because the ram's there. Yeah, I think that's right. It's got to be right. I just thought you could see the Corsair logo more, but when it's stood up you'll be able to see it clearly then. So that's it fitted anyway. So now we'll just tighten these thumb screws down. And you want these nice and tight, but again, don't go mad with it. And that's it, it's done. So that's the H100i fitted, the thermal paste put on. So the next job, I'm going to fit the graphics card and the wireless cord last. So the next job now is to probably start connecting up some cables now that that's in. Right, I decided to leave the case on its back because while it's on its back it's right underneath the light. I put it up like the way it should be stood up, and even with the light on, it's a 100-watt bulb in there. It's still a bit awkward to see because the writing on the motherboard is really small, as you probably know. So I'm going to get what I can done while it's on its back and it's right under the light, and then I'll probably have to stand it up to get a few more done. So first off, we'll connect the 4 fans up that are on the radiator. Which are these 4? And as I said earlier, these are getting connected to the 2 split strips coming off the top of the Corsair hot plate, coolant plate, whatever you want to call it. Now these connections coming off the Corsair H100i are 4-pin. And the fan header plugs are 3-pin, but they'll still go in. They're still fine. And they'll only go in one way because you've got like a slider on the back. Just slide it in, and you'll just have 1 pin out, but as I say, it can only go in one way because you've got like a little lip on the back there. I don't know whether you can see that on the camera, a little black plastic lip, and then on the back of the fan ones, you've got a little channel cut out, which I don't think you'll be able to see on the camera. You've got a little channel cut out running down there, and that just basically slides down. So you can only put them in one way. So that's them 2 done. Now, I don't know whether, I'll tell you now, I think it's the stock ones. Yeah, it is. Now on the stock ones that come with the Corsair, they've got 4 pins. It's just the way the LED ones that I bought separately, I've got 3 pins. But the 2 stock fans that come with the H100i have got 4 pins, so they'll just go on fully. So that's them done. And we'll sort out the cables later. Right. Now on my board, I won't be able to probably get you a shot on this. On my board, I've got 3 fan headers here, right below this fan. I've got 3 fan headers here. One of them is chassis fan 2, the other one is CPU fan, and then the other one is chassis fan 3. I've also got another fan header down here. You can't see, it's just off camera, and that's chassis fan 1. So there's 4 fan headers on this board. So this fan connection that comes split with the SATA cable for the H100i, this goes to the CPU fan header on your board. Don't put it in any other one. Now I don't know if it doesn't matter which one you put it in as long as it's a fan header on your board. I think it does matter, because if it didn't, I don't think it'd be called CPU fan. I think it'd just have a number after it, saying say chassis fan 1, chassis fan 2, chassis fan 3 and chassis fan 4. So for it to be named CPU fan, the CPU fan header must have to go in there. So again, you've got a little channel cut out on the back of this fan header, and you have on the header on the board. Now out of the 3 of them, the CPU fan is the one in the middle. The connection off the H100i is a 3 pin, and the fan header on the board is a 4 pin, but same setup as before. There's only one way it can go on. It will slide down the channel on the header and 1 pin will be remaining, but that's okay. Chassis fan 2, CPU fan. So CPU fan is in the middle. And that's that connected. Right, so all it is on the H100 now, cable wise, I've got to connect the SATA cable up to this SATA connection here, and then put the USB cable in and connect that up to a USB 2 connection on my board. So next we will connect this exhaust fan up. Now this exhaust fan, this is a LED fan what I bought extra, so this is a 3 pin one, and it's going to be going into chassis fan 2 header on the board, and again that's a 4 pin header, but it can only go in one way. And that's in there. So I'm left with two fan headers on the board. So I've got this bottom exhaust one, but I can't connect it to there because it won't reach up and then come back down. The cable will be on view. I'm just wondering if it'll reach all the way up and come through at the back. It might do. No, it won't. It won't. Won't go nowhere near it. There's not enough cable. No, it's just shy of about an inch. What I can do is I can just connect it up to one of the case fan connectors along with the two 140s in the front and that'll be all the fans fitted. So on these case fan cables I've got 4, because there's 4 fans in the case. There's the two 140s in the front, there was the exhaust fan on the back, and it's probably giving me one for if I fitted the bottom fan. Right, I'm going to stand this case up now, so some of these cables are all wrapped up, but it'll be alright stood up now because I'm just connecting the cables inside the case. I'm not looking for writing on the board just yet. So I'll just pause the video a sec again while I unravel all these cables, and I'll be back in a minute, people. Right, okay people, I'm back now. This is the best view I can give you, I'm afraid. I haven't got a table to go up any higher. It's the best way I can do it. So now we're going to connect up the other case fans. The rear exhaust fan, the bottom fan, which you can't see, it's off camera, and also the two 140 fans in the front. And they're going to connect to the fan controller, which can run up to 5 fans, and that's these ones here. So I'm only going to be utilising 4 of these, and they're going to be controlled by the fan controller in the front of the case. So we'll connect them up now. And so get all the wires through the best place. Right, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's them all through. Right, so I'll say I'm going to be using 4 of these. So I'll just, they're all numbered. So I'll just use 1 to 4. 2. 4. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So I don't think it matters really what you connect them up to. It's just your own personal choice. But I'll connect the two 140s at the front to 1 and 2, and that'll just give me a little bit of an inkling which fans are which. And we'll do 3 and 4. 3 and 4. We'll do 3 to the rear exhaust fan. And 4 can be the bottom fan. Just check them, make sure they're all pushed in properly. And again, these can only go in one way as well because they've got a channel on the back of them. Right, so that's all there. That's all the fans connected up. So there's no more fans to connect up, and I've still got 3 empty fan headers on my board. I'm only using the CPU one, and that's it. Right, so now all the fans are connected. We'll just have a little recap of what I've done up to now. Up to now, we've put the power supply in. That's all fitted. We've put the 2 Western Digitals in. We've also installed the 3 SSDs. We've put the RAM in, the CPU in, cleaned the CPU and the cooling plate on the Corsair H100i. Then we fitted the board, and then we connected up the cooling plate over the CPU and tightened that up. All the fans have been fitted and all connected up. The radiator and the 4 fans have been fitted and all connected up. So now it's that time to do some cabling. So I'm just going to pause the video for a sec and get the cables out the box and begin cabling this computer. I'm trying to think if I can get the case up a little bit higher. I'll try and get the case up a little bit higher also to try and let a bit more light in. So I'll see if I can sort that out now and I'll come back in a minute. So I'll see you in a minute. Cheers. Right, okay people, what I'm going to connect up first is going to be the SATA cables for the drives. It's going to be 3 for the SSDs, 2 for the Western Digitals, and the 6th and last one for the LG Blu-ray. I've just referred to me manual just to see where the SATA ports are numbered. Because I want to connect the 3 SSDs up to SATA ports 1, 2 and 3, because later on when it's all built and I go into the BIOS, I'm going to be setting the 3 SSDs up as a RAID 0, and in the SATA configuration in the BIOS it comes up SATA ports 1 to 4, and then it'll have separate SATA ports 5 and 6. So the 3 SSDs I've got to go within SATA ports 1 to 4. Even if you've only got 3 or 2, it'll still be okay you could put them in SATA ports 1 and 2 and still set up the RAID within SATA ports 1 to 4 on the configuration in the BIOS, if you understand that. So my SATA ports on the board are just here, these grey ones. I've got 4 here. I've also got another 2 up here. So this bottom one is SATA port 1. The one above it is 2. Then this one here is 3. This one here is 4. So the 3 SSDs are going to be accommodating SATA ports 1, 2 and 3. And then the Western Digitals I am going to put in ports 5 and 6, because then I can set them up as, I forget the word now, it'll come to me later. So the two Western Digitals anyway are going to be going in SATA ports 5 and 6, and I'm going to put the Blu-ray in SATA port 4, because that won't matter, that being in with the configuration in the BIOS of the SATA ports 1 to 4 as the RAID. I don't want one of the Western Digitals in there because that's a drive, so it may mess things up a little bit. So the Blu-ray is going to be going in SATA port 4. So we're going to connect the 3 SSDs up first, and then we'll do the 2 Western Digitals. All these SATA ports as well on this board are all 6 GB a second. They're all the same. Your board may be different. Not all boards are 6 GB a second. Usually the fastest port is port 1, and it varies on different boards, but all my 6 are all the same speed, so it doesn't really matter. Where I connect the drives up, the Blu-ray, if I wasn't doing a RAID configuration, but as I am, I have to populate SATA ports 1, 2 and 3 with the SSDs. So that's what we're going to do now. I have 6 GB a second blue SATA cables, so, and I've got 1, 2, 3 of them are 90-degree angle ones on the end, which will come in handy for probably the 2 Western Digitals and the Blu-ray. So we'll just use the straights for the SSDs, and if I need to change them as I go along I will. So I'm going to connect these SATA cables up to the SSDs. It's going to be round the back, so I'll just turn the case around so you can see. It's starting to get a bit heavy now, this case. Keep them cables out the way. You don't want to be snapping any of them. Such a lot of cables. As I've said a few times, they look a bit daunting, but don't let it bother you. Just deal with one cable at a time. So I've got the 3 straights here. These are the straight ones, and I'll just show you. They're the 90-degree ones. You can see the difference. This one's got an angle on it, so that's the difference between them. Hey, right, so these are the 3. I'll just, sorry, turn that camera around a bit. Right, these are the back of the 3 SSDs, and these cables that I'm going to connect up now are going to be the SATA power, the SATA data. The smaller ones are the SATA data, the larger ones are the SATA power. So these have got like an L shape on them. I don't know whether you can see that on the camera. Yeah, you can. They've got like an L shape on them at this end, and that end's different, as you can see. And on the back here of where they're going, it's got the L shape also, so you can only put them in one way. And they just clip in like so. Just check them all in properly. So that's them done. We'll deal with them later, see which grommets we're going to be putting them through. So now we'll do the Western Digitals. I want to try and do them from, because otherwise I'll have to take out this bottom SSD cage here to get at them. I can't really be bothered doing it, so I'm going to see if I can connect them and then put the wire through. Same with these. with the L shape. Now these have a clip on them, these data cables, but for some reason Western Digital don't have what they should have on the back of the drive for it to lock onto. So it's just a case of sliding on, but sometimes they will come off. That's them on. So what I'm going to try and do now is push these back in and just feed the cable through. I'll have to take them back out again later on to do the same again when I connect the SATA power cables up to them, but I'll just do them like this for now. So that's them done. So you could have got the bottom drive, but not the one above it. Right. The Western Digitals are going to 5 and 6, so if I come through this grommet, the Western Digitals, we go through there. And for the SSDs, we can go through this bottom grommet here. Turn the case back around. Just check it's not on no cables. It's all fine. On my makeshift table. Right. Right, these are the Western Digitals, and these are the SSDs. So these SSD ones, SATA 1, SATA 2 and SATA 3. Again with these SATA ports, they've got the L shape on them. So it's just the same again as what we've just done with the SSDs. So what I'll do, I'll put this bottom one in SATA 1 so I know there's some kind of order. And these do clip in. This one is the second one, so this can go in SATA 2. This is the top one. This can go in SATA 3. So if for some reason it shouldn't be, but if for some reason you've got no verification on your board, but your SATA ports are numbered, go to your manual and check, and that'll tell you. Right, these Western Digitals. Put this bottom one in number 5. And the top one in number 6. Should have used a strafe for this really, but it doesn't matter. So there's just one SATA port left, and that's the Blu-ray. So again, I'll just go over what I've just done. We've just connected up the SATA data cables to the 3 SSDs, and we've populated SATA ports 1, 2 and 3 with the SSDs, and we've gone in order. We've put the bottom SSD in 1, the middle SSD in 2 and the top SSD in 3, so we've just got some kind of order. We've connected the SATA cables to the 2 Western Digital mechanical hard drives, and they've gone in ports 5 and 6. The bottom drive has gone in port 5 and the top drive has gone in port 6. So now we just connect the Blu-ray, and the Blu-ray will go in port 4. And that's all the SATA cables done. So we'll tidy all them up later. Just check they're all in. When you get your board as well, you just have a think about what you're going to be fitting as regards to SATA cables and stuff, and you'll know then whether to get what angled ones to get and what straight ones to get. I just got 3 of each. I think they were only a couple of quid each, the blue ones, but they do them in all different colours. Right, so that's them connected up. Next we'll go with putting the SATA power cables, this big bag of cables. These are your SATA cables, SATA power cables. Also it says on mine, SATA. So we're going to need, try and get the 3 SSDs off one cable. I'm not sure if I will. We may need three cables. They're Molex. There's another SATA cable. Pretty long cables as well, these SATA cables from EVG. there's another one. Sat it, and sat it. I think I've only got 3 in it. I will check and see if I've got any more just in case. No, that's it, I've got 3, so I know 3's enough because I've done it before, so we'll deal with the rest later. Now we'll just get out what we need. I'll just turn this case round again. I know on these have also got an L shape on them. Don't know whether you can notice that the L shape is down this end. It all goes straight, and then there's an L that goes like down on an angle. If I lift it up, you'll be able to see it better. Yeah. So. Just unclip this and clip it back up again, just get some load. Right. So it's the same script as the data cables. It starts off with the top one, and these just push on. Yeah, I think I'll go through there with it. It's a little bit fiddly when you're getting this second cable in. So that's the SSD's all powered. Yeah. Probably go through that grommet. If we need to change it, we will. Right, so now we'll have to take out the Western Digitals again. wondering if I'll get it in. I'll get the bottom one, but I won't get the top one. Same script with these. Got an L shape. That's one done. And that's two done. So that's it for them. So this can go back in now. That's it, it's in. Yeah. Right, so that's the two Western Digitals, power to them. Again, we'll probably go through that grommet, it's the same one. If we need to change it later, we can. So it's just one more, sending power to the Blu-ray and also to the fan controller. And we'll also need to power the H100i, which is here. So this one can probably go to that one. Yeah, it's a Molex to power the fan controller, and I also need a Molex to power my LED strips. Right. One, two, three, four. Yeah. So next we'll put power to the Blu-ray onto the H100i with the other SATA cable. Yeah, we should be all right there. like spaghetti junction. Just moving the data cable for the Blu-ray to a better place. Right, and this is for the H100i. Put power to that. So that's the Blu-ray and the H100i powered up. I'll just probably go through the same grommet. So I think that's it for the SATA cables for the power and the data. We've also put power to the H100i, so I think that's it as regards to the SATA cables. The next thing we will do is run power to the fan controller and my LED strips. So I've got 2 LED strips on the front of the case, a strip going across the top and a strip going down the right hand side. Down the side where the drive cages are. So we'll just zoom you out a little bit. It's a bit better, isn't it? Eh? Lovely. Right, Molex. Right at the top. Peripherals, or however it's pronounced. Now on these, there's 4 on these, so you don't really use much of these anyway. I think I've got two Molex cables, but I'm only going to be using 2 of these. One for the fan controller and one for the LEDs. So this is the LEDs. Which I think I'll drop through there. They also give you a spare one just in case. But be careful as well when you're putting these in, because sometimes the pins bend. I've noticed on these. So just be careful when you're putting them in that they're proper lined up, because the pins do bend very easy on them. And that's just a spare one. I could connect the fan controller up to that one. Let's see. if you've got LED strips as well, try not to have too much tension on your cables because they will start peeling off. They're only on a sticky back surface, so eventually they will start peeling. And then it's a super glue job. But then when they go, you're going to have problems getting them off if you put super glue on them. So, I'm just going to take the tension off the wire a little bit. Just the weight of it. Right, I suppose I could connect the fan controller up to this. It seems that it's there, might as well use it. That's it. Right, so that's the LEDs powered and the fan controller powered. I think I've got enough through going through that grommet now. I think there's room for one more. So we'll just have a little recap. That's all the drives powered and got the data cables going to them. The SATA cables are connected up on the board. The Blu-ray has got power and data cables going to it. And the LEDs and the fan controller have got power going to them. So all I need to do now is connect the USB to the H100i, and then that's ready to connect on the board. And then after that it's going to be the rest of the cables, the motherboard, CPU, etc. So I'll just pause this video a minute while I sort some cables out, what I'm going to need, and then I'll be back. So I'll see you in a minute, people. Okay everyone, it's now time to start doing these cables, power cables. Mind you, no, we'll do the USB cables first on the board and get them out the way. So it's USB 3 and USB 2. So we've got three USB 2s to fit on the USB 3. USB 2's there, USB 3's there. So that one's going there. just trying to work out now what they're for. Right, the USB 3 we know, and the USB 2 also, they're for the case. We've got a USB 2. Let's do the USB 2 for. One's for the case. One USB 2 is for the case. One USB 2 is for the fan controller, and the other USB 2, which we are going to fit now, is for the H100i. So, and this goes up the side of it. Right, that's that in. Yeah, I'll go out the top and come back in. Let's go on to one of these. Right, now these USB 2 headers can only go in one way. There's 9 holes on them, and if you look at your USB 2 headers on the board, you'll see that there's 5 going along the top and 4 going along the bottom, so there's one missing on the bottom for every one. So you'd have the 5 holes at the top. And just slide it in. That's one. Two. Right, the USB 3 is this blue one here next to the motherboard. And that just clips in. I don't think it matters which way you go with it, it's got the same amount of holes. So that's the USB 3 and the 2 USB 2s. HD audio. I think is that one. Because that one's got the one missing on the top, but I'll check. The writing's so small. I'll just have a look at the manual and check which is the HD audio on the motherboard layout. That's why you should always keep your manual. Right. Now I think it's number 18. Front panel audio, yeah, I was right. Check this USB 3. It's saying 20 minus 1. Yeah, that's right. Right, 18 front panel audio connector. So yeah, that's right. So it's got the one missing on the top. Right, so that's that done. Next we will do the motherboard and the CPU. The motherboard cable is the bulkiest one out of them all, which is this one. It's the biggest cable out of them all. It's a 24 pin. 2, 4, 6, 8. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. So it's the big end that goes into the board. And the motherboard, this is your motherboard one here. This big blue one, 24 pin. But I've got extension cables for this, which are these, so we'll put this one in first, and it will go in one way, but you'll have a clip on the back. Make sure that is at the back. It will only go in one way anyway, so push it all the way in, make sure it's in. I'm going to be connecting my power supply cable up to that. So I'll push that old background up there. Next we'll do the CPU. CPU, mine says CPU on it. Now mine comes with a split end, so it goes into 2 4s, and on the other end it's just a full 8. Again, I've got a extension cable for the CPU, and they just lock together like so. So it's like that. The CPU is right up here in the corner. It's just to the left of the Corsair plate. Right up in the top left corner. You can't see it. But you can see this blue thing here where my finger is now. It's just above that, the CPU. And again, it'll only go in one way, so you can just give it a little shove, make sure it's in. And we'll send that one out the back. I don't really know why I got a blue cable for this one, because you can only see a bit of it. It's just going to go behind and connect connect this motherboard up. Not going to get much more through that hole now. SATA, peripheral SATA. It's a CPU one. We just get the CPU one through and that's going to be it. Get much more through there now. Right, so that's the CPU cable connected, the motherboard cable connected, the USB 3 cable and two USB 2s and HD audio. So all we've got to send power to now as regards to the power supply cables is the graphics card, and that's it. But we'll do that last. But what I'm going to do as the graphics card power slots are right at the very end in there, I'm just going to connect two cables up now, because that's what it takes, two cables, and they're all 8-pin, or this one, these also can split into a 6-pin. So, but it's the 8-pin one you want to put in your power supply. And again, it can only go in one way. So that's one. That's two. Right, there our graphics card power. That's for the peripherals, for the LEDs and the fan controller. SATA cable, SATA cable, SATA cable. CPU power and motherboard. That's everything. But things are going to start getting a bit tight as regards to all this area along here where the slots are for the cables. That CPU one can go in actually now. It's got to be this one, yeah, CPU. CPU1, CPU2. See on my power supply, it's got it all named. It's got CPU1 and CPU2. So I'm just going to populate CPU1. When you are doing this, if you're using as many cables as I am, try and do the furthest ones away from you first. Because if you do the front ones first, you're going to have problems getting the other ones in that are furthest away from you. So try and work out first which cables are going to be going in the furthest away and get them out the way. The peripherals one can go in now. The graphics cards, the longest ones, SATA. Peripherals. Just tidy that up a bit. Right. Peripherals, so peripherals, that one. Alright. If you're not 100% sure about fitting these cables where they go, don't rush it. Just take your time, because you've got to make sure that all this is 100% right. There's no room for mistakes once you press that power button. Right, next, SATA 1, SATA 2 and SATA 3 can go in. Doesn't matter where these go, they can go in any. SATA. Yeah, just check SATA 1, SATA 2 and SATA 3. Check and double check if you have to. Right, and we've got one last one, which is the big one, the motherboard. That's it. That's all our power cables in. And as you can see, there's a lot of them. That's it. So I've just got to connect these two graphics card ones up, and they're having the extensions on the end of them. So the graphics card's going to be going here. So I'll probably come out of this one. So try and get back out now through this hole. If you are getting extension cables as well, and they're not like the same make as the power supply, always make sure that you've got the power supply cable in the actual power supply, the power supply end in the power supply. Don't put, like say in this case, that end in the power supply, because the power supply's got to have its own cables. A while ago I bought a power supply. It was a Thermaltake one, and I was going to buy a set of Corsair blue power supply cables, and I didn't know. I did think you could plug just any cables into any power supply, and I was told by a friend of mine that no, you can't do that. You've got to use the actual cables that come with the power supply. So the actual power supply end goes in the power supply, and if you're using an extension cable like I am here, that end will go into, say, your graphics card or whatever you're putting it into. Never make the mistake of doing it the other way round. Because in some cases, if you've got a big case like this, in some cases, or a lot of cases, you do need extension cables, because the cables that you get are just not long enough, especially if it's a large case like this. Little cases is alright, but when it's a really large case like this one, you do need to get extension cables. Right, the graphics card's going here, so I'm going to come in through this garment here. Gonna be plenty that. Yeah. So that's all the power supply cables done. So next we'll do the front switch connectors. Parts are going down, so I know I'm nearly there. Front switch connectors are these ones, these thin ones. These are also extension ones, these. And that's what this little block's for. Just makes life a lot easier connecting them up. all written on it as well, what goes where, like P-LED minus, P-LED plus, it's all written on the block. If you get any of these the wrong way round, you won't do any damage. It just won't come on. But when I've put these on before, for some reason my hard drive light weren't coming on, so I don't know whether I had it the wrong way round. So I'll try it one way, and if it doesn't come on, I know to turn it round, because it could go either way. So I'm doing it with the writing facing up, which is like that. And then there's the other side. They are a bit of a pain, like, because they don't clip in. They just sort of slide on. So it's always probably best to put this on one of the last things, because the wires do come off very easy. And that's the other side of it. You've got the P-LED minus and the P-LED plus. Now you'll probably find before this build's over, I'll be going back to these because one of them's come off or something. Right, and these go here. You can't see because the SATA cable's there, but they go here, just to the left of the SATA cables. Just push the block on. Can only go one way, and it just makes life a lot easier because them cables are really fiddly. Now these other ends will go into the case ones. Which we will go through. We'll go through this one. Push that cable back out in a minute. And all these are labelled as well. So I've got the LED plus. See, I told them I'll be going back to them. They've come off already. I just need to go to the toilet, so I'll just have to pause this a minute. I need a pee. Okay, I'm back again now. What I think I'll do is I'll put them in this end first. Hard drive LED. Seems to clip in better to this reset switch. Reset switch. Reset SW. Reset SW. Power switch. Power. Power LED minus, power LED plus, power LED plus, that just leaves one, the minus, power LED minus. So that's all them cables sorted. Let me take this block off again now. It's a hard drive LED. PLED plus, PLED plus. Hard drive LED. So the hard drive LED has got plus and minus on the block, but nothing written on the end of the cable, plus or minus, so that could go one way or the other. We'll just have to see if it comes on. And just push the block on. Push that back out. So that's that. So all we've got to do now is put the graphics card in, connect the cables up to it, and I think that's it. Yeah. Oh, the wireless cord. So I'm just going to have to pause the video there because I can see that my battery is ready to go, so I'm going to have to charge this camera. So I'll put the camera on charge for a bit and then we'll finish off with the rest of the build, the graphics card, the wireless card, and then we'll be powering it up. So I'll see you in a bit, people. Cheers. Right, okay everyone, we've now got to that stage where we're going to fit the graphics card. All that's left to complete on this build, as far as the build goes, is to fit the graphics card, put power to it, fit the wireless card and connect the antennas to it, and that is the build completed. And then before we power it up, I'll just check everything, everything's where it should be and everything's connected up properly. While I was off camera charging the camera, I did do all the cable management. It took me about half an hour. I'm not very experienced in cable management and I did have a lot of cables to sort out, but I don't think it looks that bad really. I'll just turn it around and show you. So that's what I've come up with. Yeah, as I say, I haven't got much experience in cable management. I did have a lot of cables to sort out, but I've done the best job I can do with it. No one sees round that side anyway, but I did want it to be clear and tidy anyway, because I know it was there if it was untidy and it kept niggling at me. So, but I think it looks okay, I think it looks fine. So I completed that while I was off camera, because I think it'd have been a bit boring to watch doing it while on camera. So that's the cable management done. Now before I fit the graphics card, I just want to explain something, and it's to do with the RAM. I should have explained this actually before you fit your RAM if you're following along with this build, but if you're not, I want you to listen carefully to what I'm going to say, because this involves everyone who's doing a new build. People think that when you buy your RAM, say, I'll use me as an example. When I bought my RAM, I bought RAM at 1866 megahertz. That's what the frequency was set at. But when you put it in your computer, the computer reads it at a lower frequency for safety. So you then need to set it manually to the proper setting of what's on the actual memory stick. And you also have some other information that you need to set up. So one, you have to set the memory speed, the frequency. So you could have 2133 or you could have 1866, and so on and so on. But in your BIOS, when you have a look at your memory speed, it won't read that. So you will have to go into the BIOS and set it up manually. All you do, you just go to that section, you click on it, and you select the right speed. So that's one part that you have to do. The second part is you'd have to put in the DRAM timings. Now this is something that I didn't know. I thought you just put the RAM in and that was it. But a friend of mine told me that you'd have to do all this in the BIOS through the RAM so your computer runs properly. Now on the stick of RAM, you've got some information. On mine, it gives me the size, 16GB, because I bought these as a pair. Then next to that it'll have the frequency, 1866 MHz, and then next to that it's got 4 lots of numbers. On mine it's 9, 10, 9 and 27. Now them 4 lots of numbers are your DRAM timings. You have to put them in the BIOS manually, and this is something that you do have to do. And just because I've said mine is 9, 10, 9, 27, yours will be different. So don't be lazy and just put in what I've just given you on mine, because chances are it'll be wrong. And then next to that, the final one is the voltage. Mine is on 1.5 volts. And I'll just show you a close-up of that if I can. So you see the numbers. These numbers here, 9, 10, 9, 27, they're your DRAM timings. Then you've got the voltage, and then the speed. All that information has to be put in the BIOS, and I'm going to be doing that in a bit, so I'll show you how to do it. I took that stick of RAM out just to show people who don't know, because as I say, like me, I didn't know. So that's something you have to do, and as I say, I'll be doing it in a bit so you can see how I do it, and I'll show you what to do. Also, I'm going to be setting up the RAID in the BIOS before I install Windows with the 3 SSDs. I'm going to be setting them up as a RAID 0, and as I explained at the start, I think anyone who doesn't know what a RAID 0 is, it's basically where the 3 drives are combined together, reading and writing the data together. So it's much quicker, and you also get the size of the 3 drives combined to one. I'm going to have my OS set on them 3 drives, and also my software. They're only, the SSDs are only 3 120 gig SSDs, so it'll be a total of 360 gig, but obviously it'll be a bit lower because you don't always get exactly the size of the drive. It's always a bit lower for some reason, and I don't know why, but that's just how it is. But the first job, after I've powered it up, providing it all powers up, I'm going to update the BIOS. So the first job I'm going to do is put this stick of RAM back in the PC. Then I'm going to fit the graphics card and the wireless card, put power to the graphics card, connect the aerials to the wireless card. I'm going to go and check everything, and then it'll be time to power it up. So I'll just put this stick of RAM back in, and then we'll start connecting the graphics card and the wireless card. Okay everyone, I've just altered the camera a little bit. So to fit your graphics card on this board, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 PCI Express slots. Now, from what I know, the top one is always the quickest, but I've just checked on mine, and this top one has got PCIe X16 which means 16 times for speed. The little one underneath it has got a 1 on the end, so that's only 1 time. This next one down has got a 2 on the end, so that's twice the speed. And then I've got another one, another black one, which is also a 16 times. And then the one underneath that has got a 1 on the end, and then the bottom one has got a 2 on the end. So I've got two 16 times speed, which are the 2 long ones. I think this board will hold a maximum of four graphics cards, but I'm only going to be putting the 1 in it, and I'm going to be going in the top slot. So what you need to do, what I've already done, is take out, you've got two covers here which you put on in thumb screws. You just take them out, take the covers off, which are like vents, because this graphics card's going to take up 2 of them slots. And also the one underneath it I've taken off, because that's where the wireless card is going to be taken up. Now before you fit your graphics card, you've got a clip on the end, which is basically the same as the clips that you get on your RAM. Just make sure that clip is set back, or you won't get your graphics card in there. Same with the RAM, people, is what's with your graphics card. On the gold fingers at the bottom, you've got a small piece, as you can see there, this small piece. Then you've got a break in it, and then you've got the long piece. So that'll show you how to line it up. So just offer it up. Just move that cable out the way. Once it's proper lined up, push it home, and then it'll click in. Now it makes you might think you're putting it upside down, but you're not, because if you look at the writing here, the Vapor X is the right way up. So once that's in, you then need to get your thumb screws, which this one takes 2. You may just have to lift it up a little bit to line it up properly to get your screw in. That's going in a bit cross-threaded. If you think it's going in cross-threaded, stop what you're doing and take it back out. Just nip it up and just do the same again with your second one. Just nip that up. And that's the graphics card fitted. When I had it fitted last time, I don't really remember that USB 3 cable being that close. I think what I may do is take that out and come on the inside of the motherboard cables. That's a bit close for me, that. It's a bit hard now because I've cable managed every cable. That's it. That's better. Right, so that's the graphics card fitted. So next we're going to fit the wireless card, and the wireless card is going to go directly underneath the graphics card in the next slot, which is going to be a PCIe Express 2, so it's twice the speed, but it's only a wireless card, so it doesn't have to be in no fast slot. I don't think it does anyway. This is the wireless card. And again, on this, you've just got two small ones. One's smaller than the other, which will tell you which way it's going in. Again, it'll only go in one way. And there's no clip on this little one, like there is on the like there is on the graphics card. It just goes in. You just put your thumb screw in and tighten it up. That's the wireless card fitted. Yeah. So that's what it looks like from the back. This is our graphics card. It takes up the two slots. This is the wireless card. Now I'm just going to fit the two antennas. They just screw onto these two connectors here. Let's see how easy it is to fit the wireless card and the graphics card. So that completes our build. As far as connecting everything, components. So now the last job is going to be putting power to the graphics card. So I've already set my cables up. Just connecting one of them front umbilicals wires, which are a pain in the arse because they keep falling off every time you touch them. Right, on this graphics card, this is the Vapor X R9280X. You've got two 8-pin plugs here. So this graphics card takes two cables, two 8-pin ones. So I'm going to go through these. Again, these will only go in one way. See, it's fell off again. It's always that same one. The LED plus. Now the cables are new like mine. I'll probably need a little bit of persuasion, but not much. Right, that's back on. So that now completes the build. So the next thing to do, I'm going to check everything. I'm just going to pause the video for a couple of minutes while I check everything, that everything's where it should be and exactly how it should be. I'm going to connect the appropriate cables up to the back of the PC, keyboard and mouse and monitor, etc. And then we're going to power it up. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes, people, for the big switch on. Okay people, it's come to that time. What I've done, I've connected all my cables up. I could have just connected the HDMI cable up from the back of the TV to the HDMI connection on the back of the graphics card, the power cable to the power supply and the keyboard and mouse, but I've just connected everything up. I've connected my keyboard up, my mouse, I've connected the microphone, the TV, the printer and my external portable hard drive, so I've connected everything up. I've checked everything is where it should be, where I think it should be, and everything is connected properly. So now I'm going to put the power switch on the wall and then put the power switch on the power supply, and we should see a green light on the motherboard. The green light's on the board, as you can see down here. So we've got power to the board, we've got power on the microphone, so the USB cables are all seem to be okay. So now I'm going to press the power switch and everything should light up and the fan should start spinning. And there we go. All the fans are spinning. Front fans are spinning. Graphics card's lit up, the logo on the front, and also the 3 green lights on the back of the card. Corsair logo's all lit up. It's running really quiet. There is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 fans in there, and 2 of them are 140s. And without the doors off, it's pretty silent. I don't know whether you can hear it on the camera. The fan controller is picking up all 4 fans that are connected to it. They're spinning round. 2 of them are going at 600 RPM and 2 of them are going at 800 RPM. One of them's reading 24.1 degrees, 25 degrees, 25.5 degrees and 22 degrees. Everything seems to be all set up properly, all running properly. The Blu-ray's all connected up properly. So now I'm just going to switch the TV on and see if we've got what we should have on the TV. So I'll just spin this camera around. It's saying an operating system wasn't found. Try disconnecting any drives, blah blah blah. So that's what we wanted to see. So now I'm going to shut it down, start it back up again and press delete and go into the BIOS, and we'll check everything is being picked up in the BIOS from all 6 SATA ports. So I'll just pause this video a sec while I shut it down and restart. Okay everyone, I've now gone into the advanced mode of the BIOS. And as you can see, I've gone into the SATA configuration part of the BIOS, and starting from the top we've got SATA 1, which is the Samsung SSD 840 120 gig. SATA 2, which is the other Samsung SSD 840 120 gig. SATA 3 is the other Samsung SSD 840 120 gig. And SATA 4, which is the Blu-ray, which is what I wanted to see, because when I set the RAID 0 configuration up later, it's going to be getting set up SATA ports 1 to 4. And then SATA 5, we've got the Western Digital 2000.3 gig, which is 2 terabyte. And then SATA 6, we've got the other Western Digital, which is also the same, 2 terabyte. So all 6 SATA ports are being picked up. We've got the CPU temperature running at 36 degrees. The motherboard temperature 25 degrees. CPU fan speed 2200 odd RPM. Chassis fan 1 to 3, I haven't got them set up with this, they're set up with the fan controller. So the version of the BIOS is 2601. That's the current version. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to in a bit go onto the ASUS website, support website, and see what the latest version of the BIOS is, and I'm going to update the BIOS if there's a later version than 2601. You just download the zip file onto a flash drive. After flash drive in your computer, reboot it, and where you can see all this now, this is my external portable hard drive. So if the USB was already connected in the computer, you'd see the USB listed here as well. with the updated BIOS on it. You just click on that and it'll update the BIOS. But when you are updating the BIOS, make sure that you don't get no power failure, because then you probably have to send your board off to be sorted out. So yeah, it's picking everything up. Just want to go into easy mode. So we're now in easy mode. Picking up the CPU, AMD FX83508 core. It's picking up all the memory, 16368 megabytes, DDR3, 1333 megahertz. Now what I said earlier about the memory, mine is 1866 megahertz, and on this it's picking it up as 1333 megahertz. So what we need to do is go into advanced mode. This is it. We'll go into AI tweaker, and we scroll down, and here where we have DRAM timing control, them four numbers that I mentioned earlier, if I can remember, I think mine was 9, 10, 9, 27. Well, as you can see here, starting from the top, it's 11, 11, 11, 28. Now I will have to manually put in here 9, 10, 9, 27. So that's the DRAM control I have to put in. What else? The DRAM voltage, which is already at 1.5 volts, so it's set on automatic, so I won't have to change that. And the memory frequency, which was on 1333, I will have to change that to 1866. So as you can see, when you click on memory frequency, you'll get a drop down and all the memory frequencies are there, so you just select yours. So that's how, make sure that you set them three things up for your memory. If you're doing a fresh build, that has to be done. Right, I've just come onto the ASUS website and put in my motherboard. Gone to driver and tools, and it gives you a list of all your different drivers and stuff for your board. There's my board there, M5 A97 R20. Apologise about that, you can't see it on the camera. There's my board there, the ASUS M5 A97 R20, and this is all the drivers and everything else for it there. I'll go down to the BIOS, and there's 19 possibilities. We go to the latest one, which is version 2603. There's the one I have already, version 2601. So there's been another update since that one. So what we do, we download from, click on global, and it will come up with a zip file. Click OK. Download that file and go to your downloads folder. Right click on it, extract, right click, and I want to send it to my USB. So that's sent to the USB, that copy of the BIOS. So we'll be updating the BIOS in just a minute. Just seeing if there's anything else that I need. Usually when I had Windows 8, the USB 3 drivers would come up in this list, but as I put in Windows 10 64-bit, Windows will automatically put the USB 3 drivers in for me. I don't know what some of this stuff is, so I don't bother with it. SSD list, DRAM, I don't know what that does, so I'm going to put the Samsung Magician software in for me SSDs. So we can click off there now. Shut that down. Right, I've shut that down. The next job is to put the USB in the computer, reset it, go into the BIOS again, and we will update the BIOS. So I'm just going to pop this USB in, press the reset switch. Doesn't matter either if you've got other stuff on your USB, doesn't have to be formatted. I did format that beforehand, but it doesn't matter. It won't affect updating the BIOS. The BIOS will just take what it needs. So we need to enter advanced, and we need to go to tool and go to the top one, ASUS Easy Flash 2 utility. There we go, it's there. I missed it. I thought it had said the name of the USB flash drive, but it's there anyway. 2603 cap. So we just click on that, and it says, do you want to read the file? It might take about 10 to 20 seconds. Please wait until the process is finished. So we click OK, and this is where you want to make sure that you don't lose power, because I believe then it messes all the BIOS up and you have to send it off to get it warranted and sorted out. So just click OK. But it's saying the selected file is not an EFI BIOS. I don't know what that means. When I updated it to 2601, it done it by just clicking OK, but I don't know what that means. It's not an EFI BIOS. So maybe 2601 is the latest one that I can put in it, I don't know. Selected file is not an EFI BIOS. I don't know what that means. So we'll leave updating it, because I don't want to mess about with the BIOS. Right, so now I've come back into the BIOS. I've just tried to update the BIOS to 2603. I tried it twice, but it's coming up with a dialog box saying this is not a EFI BIOS. I don't know what that means, so I'm not going to mess about with it because it's something I don't know nothing about. It's something, the BIOS is something I've got limited knowledge about, and it's something you don't mess about with. So I'm going to leave the version as 2601. If I find out what the issue is, and I can update it, well, I'll update it then. But it's coming up with a dialog box saying this is not a EFI BIOS. Now whether that 2603 version is saying is not a EFI BIOS and that 2601 is the latest EFI BIOS, I don't know. I don't understand this, so I'm not going to mess about with it. So what I'm going to do, I am going to do the RAM, which we go into AI Tweaker. We scroll down. We want to find, that's it. Scroll down to memory frequency. Select your frequency, which is mine is DDR3 1866 megahertz. Put that in. Then we want to go down to the DRAM timing control, and the first 4 lines. Mine was, if you remember, 9, 10, 9, 27. So I have to manually change these. To 9. Ten. 9, and the last one 27. So that's the DRAM timing setup, and don't forget you have to do this yourself, so don't put in the same ones as mine, because chances are, even if you buy exact same memory as mine, the Corsair Vengeance Pro in blue at 1866 megahertz, the timing still could be different. So make sure you write that information down and put it in like I'm showing you. And the last one is the DRAM voltage, and mine is already set to 1.5 volts auto, so we don't have to touch that. So that's the DRAM voltage you have to set up. The DRAM timing control, and it'll be the first 4 lines. Put your number in, press enter, go to your next one, put your number in, press enter, and so on. So you do all 4 lines. And then the last one will be your memory frequency, which mine is DDR3 1866. So now what we'll press is F10 to save. It'll just restart itself. Save that configuration. I'm going to go back in the BIOS. And now we want to go back into advanced mode. Advanced mode, SATA configuration is SATA 1, 2 and 3 are going to be set up. See here where it's got SATA port 1 to port 4. Well, that's why I put the 3 SSDs and the Blu-ray in SATA ports 1, 2, 3 and 4. And then you've got underneath SATA ports 5 and 6 is where the Western Digitals are. So if I'd have put a Western Digital in port 4, that might have messed up with the RAID, so that's why I put the Blu-ray in port 4. So you want to select SATA ports 1 to port 4, and you want to select RAID. And then, where do we go? SATA 5 and 6 we don't want on RAID, we want on IDE, because we're only setting up one RAID. So SATA ports 1 to 4 RAID, 5 and 6 IDE. That's correct. And then we want to press F10. And then press Control F. And then we'll get this screen, which is, and on this screen you won't be able to use your mouse. You have to use the up and down arrow keys and also the options that it gives you on the bottom. You've got view drive assignments at number 1, you've got LD view and LD define menu on 2, delete LD menu 3, controller configuration 4. So LD stands for logical drive, so we want number 2. And LD 1, it's RAID 0, which is the mode. Drive 3, which is, it's just picking up at the 3 drives as drive 3. Capacity is 356.99 gigabytes. It should be 360 gigabytes, the 3 SSDs. And the status is functional. So now press the escape. That's all set up, and escape again. System is going to reboot. Are you sure? Why reboot? Any key back? We want to reboot and save them. RAID configurations we've just set up. So now the system's rebooting and everything will be saved. It's set it up as Samsung RAID, and an operating system wasn't found. Try disconnecting any drives, blah blah blah. So that is the RAM frequency, the DRAM timings, the DRAM voltage all done, the RAID 0 configuration all set up. The system is seems to be all running fine. The temps are fine. So the only thing that remains to be done now is the operating system to be installed, and then after the operating system has been installed, we then need to do some tests on the graphics card and the CPU, which I'll be downloading and installing, and then put a bit of software in for the Samsung SSDs, which is the Magician software. We'll do some tests and see how the system runs. So I'm just going to pause the video a sec while I get set up to install this operating system, and I'll be back in just a minute. Right, I've now gone into the boot mode of the advanced mode. The USB's in with the copy of Windows and this boot override, SanDisk Cruiser Edge, and the size, well that's my USB. So I'm going to hit that, and then that should start installing Windows. And there we go. It's now loading Windows. So what I'll do while that's loading, I'll pause the video here, and then I'll restart the video when it's all installed, and then we'll start putting in the drivers and the drivers for the graphics card and stuff, and all the updates. It's probably stuff you don't want to see, it's a bit boring. But as you can see there, we're at the screen. English, time and currency, keyboard, US, next, install now. I just have to put my product key in. Right, now I'll put the product key in, accept the terms of the license and click next. And now we come to this dialog box. It says upgrade, install Windows and keep file settings and applications. The file settings and applications are moved to Windows with this option. This option is only available when a supported version of Windows is already running on the computer. So we don't want that one, we want the custom install to install Windows only, the advanced. So select that, and this is all our drives. The top one here, 332.5 gig. It's now gone down drastically. I think when we set it up as the RAID in the BIOS, if I can remember rightly, it was on 356 gig. It's done a partition here of 500 megabytes, but it seems to be 20 odd gig has gone somewhere. But anyway, we'll have a look at that in a minute. So this drive 0 partition 1. This is our 3 SSDs set up as a RAID. So this is the drive we're going to be putting our OS on. The drive underneath it is one of the Western Digital Black. It was showing up in the BIOS as 2000 gig, 2000.3 gig, if I remember rightly. I don't know why it was showing up as that. But in this, it's showing up as 1863 gig. This partition, 500 megabyte partition, and this last one is the other Western Digital Black. Format the SSD, even though I don't think there's anything on them, and click on delete. Thought that might have given me some more space, because I want to know where that, it's like about 24 gig. It's gone missing somewhere, which is a lot. But anyway, we'll take a look in disk management later. So anyway, select the drive that you want to install Windows on and click next. And now it's installing Windows, it's copying the files. That'll probably take about 15 minutes, depending on the speed of your computer. Some computers will do it quick, some will be slower. I believe it is a lot faster when you use a USB to a disk. So I'm going to leave that loading, and then when that's loaded and the desktop appears, we'll then go on to the next stage. So I'll just pause the video here, and I'll see you in a couple of minutes when Windows is installed. Okay people, I'm back. We're just coming to the end of the Windows 10 Pro installation, as you can see. I decided to put Windows 10 Pro in it instead of Windows 8. As you can see, that's all gone in fine, but as you can see from the screen, we are going to be needing the drivers and the updates. Windows 10 is usually pretty good. I've installed it on a few systems lately, and it's usually pretty good for your drivers. I installed it on a friend's laptop a couple of days ago, put Windows 8 on it first, but I couldn't find the driver for his graphics. It was a HP Pavilion and I couldn't find it. I run my driver pack, still couldn't find it. Went on the HP website, still couldn't find it. So I decided to put Windows 10 Pro in it. And after the first lot of updates, Windows 10 found the driver and installed it automatically. So as you can see, it's gone through perfect. It's all installed. It's found some updates. It's now updating. It might take a bit of time as I'm on a Wi-Fi connection in here. My router is in the other room, in the living room. And I have got two computers in here, both running off a Wi-Fi connection, because what I need to do, I need to drill a little hole in the wall and run my Ethernet cable from the living room where the router is into here. And I am going to be putting it in this Corsair 760T build and have the Acer as the Wi-Fi, because this is going to be the main system I'm going to be using. So what I'm going to do for now, I'm going to go onto the AMD website. There we go. We'll get rid of that. And we want the Windows 10 64-bit. No, it's this one. Windows 10 64-bit or 9 series. Right, this is the one we want. Catalyst software suite. So this is basically going to put everything in for the graphics card. All the drivers for the graphics, so everything won't look so big and stretched. Then once all these are in and all the Windows updates are in, I'm then going to install the Magician software for the SSDs. Once all the software is in, I'm then going to download some software off the internet and give the graphics card and the CPU a little stress test and get some numbers off how they're running. I want to download CPU Z and see what the temps are showing after the stress tests are over. So what I'll do, as this is taking its time because I'm downloading this and I'm downloading updates as well, I'll pause the video and I'll come back when it's almost over. Right, what I've had to do is getting the Ethernet cable and run it from the living room into here because it was just taking too slow to download all the updates and these graphic drivers. But as you can see, Windows has already installed some updates and sorted the graphics right out. So as you can see now, all the graphics are as they should be. I'm just installing everything now for the graphics card from AMD, and there's more updates still being installed. So that's where I'm up to at the moment. So I'm going to get all these updates installed, all the AMD drivers for the graphics card, the Magician software from Samsung, and then I will switch the video back on. That's the AMD drivers going in now, the screen changing, flashing. So that display looks pretty good to me. It's a 32-inch Samsung TV. I like the big monitors, I think it looks amazing. So what I'll do, as I say, I'll get all these updates in and these AMD drivers and stuff, and then I'll download and install some software to run the graphics card stress test, CPU stress test, and come back with some numbers, and that'll be the end of the video. So I'll just pause the video here, guys, while these updates are still going in and stuff, and I will get back to you when we are running the software for the stress tests. So I'll see you soon. Right guys, as you can see, I've just downloaded and installed 3D Mark, which is going to stress test the graphics card. This is Skydiver. It's just loading what it needs to load. Skydiver 1 score is 19,188 with AMD Radeon R9 280X 1 times and AMD FX 8350. Graphics score 26,389, physics score 8,374, combined score is 17,295. So let's take a look at the details. The graphics test 1 reached a maximum of 108.47 frames per second. Graphics test 2 reached a maximum of 135.52 frames per second. I mean, I don't really understand any of this, these figures. So as I say, if anyone could fill me in and make me understand a little bit more in the comments below, if you've watched this video, I'd like to know, please. So with this score, 19,188, better than 68% of all results. So that was the 3D mark. And now, okay people, I decided to swerve that Prime 95. I didn't think anything was happening, and to be honest with you, that 3D Mark software I've just run stress tested the CPU and the graphics card together anyway. So what I've done, I've now downloaded CPU-Z, and as you can see at the top there, it's on the CPU section. It's AMD FX 8350, the Corsair package socket AM3. Core voltage 1.164 volts, specification AMD FX 8350 8-core processor, core speed 4012.67 megahertz. So that's the CPU. The motherboard. The motherboard isn't giving us hardly any information, just the name of it. The memory DDR3 16 gigabytes, dual channel, MB frequency 2207.4 megahertz, DRAM frequency 936.3 megahertz, latency 9 clocks, and all the rest of it, which I don't really understand. Graphics AMD Radeon HD 7970, size 3072 megabytes, GDDR5. CPU single thread, this processor. Reference, the CPU multi-thread. Stress CPU. Didn't know I could do it with CPU-Z. That's all the Intel. AMD FX 815. Mine isn't listed. 8150. So we'll see what figures this stress test on the CPU comes back with. Voltage, core speed. I thought it gave me some temperatures, but no, there's no temperatures there. So as I say, when the CPU Z's finished, I'll get back then to the start of the video. Right people, that stress test is over, and I just benched the CPU and it's come back with them figures. This processor is 1218 and CPU multi-thread is 7581. If you have any idea what them figures mean, could you please let me know in the comments, because I'd like to know. I'm just going back to see the core speed here was almost 4.2 megahertz before. I think this can be overclocked to about 4.6 megahertz, I believe. And this CPU is the overclock edition. It's the Black series, but I won't be doing any overclocking. So, as I say, if you have any clue about them figures there, the top one again is 1218 and the next one down is 7581. If you could please let me know. So that brings this video to an end, people. As you can see, the system's running brilliant. Everything's been done correctly, everything's installed perfectly. All the drivers are in, all the updates are in. I've just run Windows Update again then, and it came back with that the system was up to date. So that brings us to the end of this video. As you've seen, that is the finished system. And what I'll do, I'll just bring the camera close up to the system so you can hear how quiet it is. And that's right inside now. And there's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 9 fans in there, including the power supply. So I think it's remarkably quiet. So I hope you've enjoyed watching this video, and if it's your first time doing a build, I hope I've gone slow enough and explained things enough clearly. And there's just a quick look at the fan controller. As you can see, the 4 fans I've got connected up are all running perfectly. And none of them are above 27 degrees. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to put all my software in, what I need to put in. and then start giving this room a little tidy up. So I'll leave the video there. Thanks very much again for watching. If you've watched this video from the start, I know it might have gone on for a bit, but I like to take my time and explain things carefully and show people as best I can, people who haven't done it before. So if you like this video and you enjoyed everything about it, please give me a like and give me some positive feedback, and also subscribe for future videos. So thanks very much everyone, and I'll see you soon. See you later people. Enjoy. Thanks everyone.